设一张，身躯拢知影讲破血拢要走病院。那严经理就讲三张同款的请举手，只有破血这个。先佛都知，那其实破血中有一张蛇眼刷，不是三张。
Introduction to Psychology.
因为这个课程。
This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License. Contents. About the book. 1. Preface. 1. Approach and Pedagogy. 2. Chapter 1 Introducing Psychology. 4. 1.1 Psychology as a Science. 5. Learning Objectives. 5. 1.1.1 The Problem of Intuition. 5. Research Focus. Unconscious Preferences for the Letters of Our Own Name. 6. 1.1.2 Why Psychologists Rely on Empirical Methods. 8. 1.1.3 Levels of Explanation in Psychology. 9. 1.1.4 The Challenges of Studying Psychology. 11. Cat Takeaways. 12. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 13. 1.2 The Evolution of Psychology, History, Approaches, and Questions. 13. Learning Objectives. 13. 1.2.1 Early Psychologists. 17. 1.2.2 Structuralism, Introspection and the Awareness of Subjective Experience. 17. 1.2.3 Functionalism and Evolutionary Psychology. 18. 1.2.4 Psychodynamic Psychology. 20. 1.2.5 Behaviorism and the Question of Free Will. 20. Research Focus. Do we have free will? 21. 1.2.6 The Cognitive Approach and Cognitive Neuroscience. 23. The War of the Ghosts. 24. 1.2.7 Social Cultural Psychology. 25. 1.2.8 The Many Disciplines of Psychology. 27. Psychology in Everyday Life. How to Effectively Learn and Remember. 31. Key Takeaways. 33. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 34. 1.3 Chapter Summary. 34. Chapter 2 Psychological Science. 36. Psychological Journals. 37. 2.1 Psychologists use the scientific method to guide their research. 39. Learning Objectives. 39. 2.1.1 The Scientific Method. 39. 2.1.2 Laws and Theories as Organizing Principles. 40. 2.1.3 The Research Hypothesis. 41. 2.1.4 Conducting Ethical Research. 44. Characteristics of an ethical research project using human participants. 44. 2.1.5 Ensuring that research is ethical. 46. 2.1.6 Research with Animals. 49. APA Guidelines on Humane Care and Use of Animals in Research. 49. Key Takeaways. 50. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 51. 2.2 Psychologists use descriptive, correlational, and experimental research designs to understand behavior. 51. Learning Objectives. 51. 2.2.1 Descriptive Research, Assessing the Current State of Affairs. 53. 2.2.2 Correlational Research, Seeking Relationships Among Variables. 60. 2.2.3 Experimental research, understanding the causes of behavior, 65. Research focus. Video games and aggression, 66. Key takeaways, 68. Exercises and critical thinking, 68. 2.3 You can be an informed consumer of psychological research, 69. Learning objectives, 69. Threats to the validity of research, 69. Psychology in everyday life. Critically evaluating the validity of websites, 75. Key takeaways, 76. Exercises and critical thinking, 77. 2.4 Chapter Summary, 77. Chapter 3 Brains, Bodies, and Behavior, 79. Did a neurological disorder cause a musician to compose bolero and an artist to paint it 66 years later? 79. 3.1 The neuron is the building block of the nervous system, 81. Learning objectives, 81. 3.1.1 Neurons communicate using electricity and chemicals, 82. Video clip, the electrochemical action of the neuron, 82. 3.1.2 Neurotransmitters, the body's chemical messengers, 83. Key takeaways, 87. Exercises and critical thinking, 88. 3.2 Our brains control our thoughts, feelings, and behavior, 88. Learning objectives, 88. 3.2.1 The old brain, wired for survival, 90. 3.2.2 The cerebral cortex creates consciousness and thinking, 93. 3.2.3 Functions of the cortex, 95. 3.2.4 The brain is flexible, neuroplasticity, 97. Research focus, identifying the unique functions of the left and right hemispheres using split brain patients, 98. Psychology in everyday life, why are some people left-handed? 100. Key takeaways. 102. Exercises and critical thinking. 103. 3.3 Psychologists study the brain using many different methods. 103. Learning objectives. 103. 3.3.1 Lesions provide a picture of what is missing. 104. 3.3.2 Recording electrical activity in the brain. 105. 3.3.3 Peeking inside the brain, neuroimaging. 106. Research focus, cyber ostracism. 107. Key takeaways. 108. Exercises and critical thinking. 109. 3.4 Putting it all together, the nervous system and the endocrine system. 109. Learning objectives. 109. 3.4.1 Electrical control of behavior, the nervous system. 109. 3.4.2 The body's chemicals help control behavior, the endocrine system. 113. Key takeaways. 116. Exercises and critical thinking. 117. 3.5 Chapter Summary. 117. Chapter 4 Sensing and Perceiving, 119. Misperception by those trained to accurately perceive a threat. 119. 4.1 We experience our world through sensation. 121. Learning objectives. 121. 4.1.1 Sensory thresholds, what can we experience? 121. Link. 121. 4.1.2 Measuring sensation. 122. Research focus, influence without awareness. 124. Key takeaways. 127. Exercises and critical thinking. 128. 4.2 Seeing. 128. Learning objectives. 128. 4.2.1 The sensing eye and the perceiving visual cortex. 129. 4.2.2 Perceiving color. 135. 4.2.3 Perceiving form. 138. 4.2.4 Perceiving depth. 140. 4.2.5 Perceiving motion. 143. Beta effect and phi phenomenon. 144. Key takeaways. 144. Exercises and critical thinking. 145. 4.3 Hearing. 145. Learning objectives. 145. 4.3.1 The ear. 145. 4.3.2 Hearing loss. 149. Key takeaways. 150. Exercises and critical thinking. 150. 4.4 Tasting, smelling, and touching. 151. Learning objectives. 151. 4.4.1 Tasting. 151. 4.4.2 Smelling. 152. 4.4.3 Touching. 153. 4.4.4 Experiencing pain. 154. Key takeaways. 155. Exercises and critical thinking. 156. 4.5 Accuracy and inaccuracy in perception. 156. Learning objectives. 156. 4.5.1 How the perceptual system interprets the environment. 156. Video clip, The McGurk Effect. 157. Video clip, Selective Attention. 157. 4.5.2 Illusions. 159. 4.5.3 The important role of expectations in perception. 161. Psychology in everyday life, how understanding sensation and perception can save lives. 162. Key takeaways. 164. Exercises and critical thinking. 165. 4.6 Chapter Summary. 165. Chapter 5 States of Consciousness. 167. An unconscious killing. 167. 5.1 Sleeping and dreaming revitalize us for action. 169. Learning objectives. 169. Research focus. Circadian rhythms influence the use of stereotypes in social judgments. 170. 5.1.1 Sleep stages. Moving through the night. 171. 5.1.2 Sleep disorders, problems in sleeping. 173. 5.1.3 The heavy costs of not sleeping. 176. 5.1.4 Dreams and dreaming. 178. Key takeaways. 180. Exercises and critical thinking. 180. 5.2 Altering consciousness with psychoactive drugs. 181. Learning objectives. 181. 5.2.1 Speeding up the brain with stimulants, caffeine, nicotine, cocaine, and amphetamines. 187. 5.2.2 Slowing down the brain with depressants, alcohol, barbiturates and benzodiazepines, and toxic inhalants. 189. 5.2.3 Opioids, opium, morphine, heroin, and codeine. 191. 5.2.4 Hallucinogens, cannabis, mescaline, and LSD. 192. 5.2.5 Why we use psychoactive drugs. 193. Research focus, risk tolerance predicts cigarette use. 193. Key takeaways. 195. Exercises and critical thinking. 196. 5.3 Altering consciousness without drugs. 196. Learning objectives. 196. 5.3.1 Changing behavior through suggestion, the power of hypnosis. 196. 5.3.2 Reducing sensation to alter consciousness, sensory deprivation. 199. 5.3.3 Meditation. 200. Video clip, try meditation. 200. Psychology in everyday life, the need to escape everyday consciousness. 201. Key takeaways. 203. Exercises and critical thinking. 203. 5.4 Chapter summary. 203. Chapter 6 Growing and Developing, 206. The Repository for Germinal Choice. 206. 6.1 Conception and Prenatal Development. 210. Learning Objectives. 210. 6.1.1 The Zygote. 210. 6.1.2 The Embryo. 211. 6.1.3 The Fetus. 211. 6.1.4 How the environment can affect the vulnerable fetus. 212. Key takeaways. 213. Exercises and critical thinking. 213. 6.2 Infancy and Childhood, Exploring and Learning. 214. Learning Objectives. 214. 6.2.1 The newborn arrives with many behaviors intact. 214. Research Focus, using the habituation technique to study what infants know. 217. 6.2.2 Cognitive Development during Childhood. 219. 6.2.3 Video Clip. Object Permanence. 222. 6.2.4 Social Development during Childhood. 225. 6.2.5 Knowing the Self, the Development of the Self-Concept. 225. 6.2.6 Video Clip, The Harlow's Monkeys. 227. 6.2.7 Video Clip, The Strange Situation. 227. Research Focus, using a longitudinal research designed to assess the stability of attachment. 229. Key Takeaways. 231. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 232. 6.3 Adolescence. Developing Independence and Identity. 232. Learning Objectives. 232. 6.3.1 Physical Changes in Adolescence. 233. 6.3.2 Cognitive Development in Adolescence. 235. 6.3.3 Social Development in Adolescence. 236. 6.3.4 Developing Moral Reasoning, Kohlberg's Theory. 238. 6.3.5 Video Clip, People being interviewed about Kohlberg's stages. 238. Key Takeaways. 241. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 241. 6.4 Early and Middle Adulthood. Building Effective Lives. 242. Learning Objective. 242. Psychology in Everyday Life, What Makes a Good Parent. 242. 6.4.1 Physical and Cognitive Changes in Early and Middle Adulthood. 245. 6.4.2 Menopause. 246. 6.4.3 Social Changes in Early and Middle Adulthood. 247. Key Takeaways. 248. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 248. 6.5 Late Adulthood, Aging, Retiring, and Bereavement. 248. Learning Objectives. 248. 6.5.1 Cognitive Changes during Aging. 249. 6.5.2 Dementia and Alzheimer's Disease. 251. 6.5.3 Social Changes during Aging, Retiring Effectively. 252. 6.5.4 Death, Dying, and Bereavement. 253. Key Takeaways. 254. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 255. 6.6 Chapter Summary. 255. Chapter 7 Learning, 257. My Story of Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. 257. 7.1 Learning by Association, Classical Conditioning. 259. Learning Objectives. 259. 7.1.1 Pavlov demonstrates conditioning in dogs. 259. 7.1.2 The persistence and extinction of conditioning. 261. 7.1.3 The role of nature in classical conditioning. 263. Key takeaways. 264. Exercises and critical thinking. 265. 7.2 Changing behavior through reinforcement and punishment, operant conditioning. 265. Learning objectives. 265. 7.2.1 How reinforcement and punishment influence behavior, the research of Thorndike and Skinner. 266. 7.2.2 Video clip, Thorndike's Puzzle Box. 266. 7.2.3 Creating complex behaviors through operant conditioning. 269. Key takeaways. 272. Exercises and critical thinking. 273. 7.3 Learning by insight and observation. 273. Learning objective. 273. 7.3.1 Observational learning, learning by watching. 274. 7.3.2 Video clip, Bandura discussing clips from his modeling studies. 274. Research focus, the effects of violent video games on aggression. 275. Key takeaways. 278. Exercises and critical thinking. 278. 7.4 Using the principles of learning to understand everyday behavior. 279. Learning objectives. 279. 7.4.1 Using classical conditioning in advertising. 279. 7.4.2 Video clip, television ads. 280. Psychology in everyday life, operant conditioning in the classroom. 281. 7.4.3 Reinforcement in social dilemmas. 284. Key takeaways. 287. Exercises and critical thinking. 288. 7.5 Chapter summary. 288. Chapter 8 Remembering and Judging, 290. 8.1 She was certain, but she was wrong. 290. She was certain, but she was wrong. 290. Differences between brains and computers. 291. 8.1.1 Video clip, Kim Peek. 293. 8.2 Memories as types and stages. 294. Learning objectives. 294. 8.2.1 Explicit memory. 295. 8.2.2 Implicit memory. 296. Research focus, priming outside awareness influences behavior. 297. 8.2.3 Stages of memory, sensory, short-term, and long-term memory. 298. 8.2.4 Sensory memory. 299. 8.2.5 Short-term memory. 301. Key takeaways. 305. Exercises and critical thinking. 305. 8.3 How we remember, cues to improving memory. 306. Learning objectives. 306. 8.3.1 Encoding and storage, how our perceptions become memories. 308. Research focus, elaboration and memory. 309. 8.3.2 Using the contributions of Hermann Ebbinghaus to improve your memory. 310. 8.3.3 Retrieval. 312. 8.3.4 The structure of LTM, categories, prototypes, and schemas. 317. 8.3.5 The biology of memory. 319. Key takeaways. 323. Exercises and critical thinking. 323. 8.4 Accuracy and inaccuracy in memory and cognition. 324. Learning objectives. 324. 8.4.1 Source monitoring, did it really happen? 326. 8.4.2 Schematic processing, distortions based on expectations. 327. 8.4.3 Misinformation effects, how information that comes later can distort memory. 330. 8.4.4 Overconfidence. 332. 8.4.5 Heuristic processing, availability and representativeness. 333. 8.4.6 Salience and cognitive accessibility. 335. 8.4.7 Counterfactual thinking. 336. Psychology in everyday life, cognitive biases in the real world. 337. Key takeaways. 339. Exercises and critical thinking. 339. 8.5 Chapter summary. 340. Chapter 9 Intelligence and Language. 342. 9.1 How we talk, or do not talk, about intelligence. 342. How we talk, or do not talk, about intelligence. 342. 9.2 Defining and measuring intelligence. 344. Learning objectives. 344. 9.2.1 General, G, versus specific, S, intelligences. 344. 9.2.2 Measuring intelligence, standardization and the intelligence quotient. 348. 9.2.3 The biology of intelligence. 351. 9.2.4 Is intelligence nature or nurture? 353. Psychology in everyday life, emotional intelligence. 355. Key takeaways. 358. Exercises and critical thinking. 358. 9.3 The social, cultural, and political aspects of intelligence. 359. Learning objectives. 359. 9.3.1 Extremes of intelligence, retardation and giftedness. 359. 9.3.2 Extremely low intelligence. 360. 9.3.3 Extremely high intelligence. 361. 9.3.4 Sex differences in intelligence. 362. 9.3.5 Racial differences in intelligence. 365. Research focus, stereotype threat. 366. Key takeaways. 368. Exercises and critical thinking. 369. 9.4 Communicating with others, the development and use of language. 369. Learning objectives. 369. 9.4.1 The components of language. 370. Examples in which syntax is correct but the interpretation can be ambiguous. 372. 9.4.2 The biology and development of language. 372. Research focus, when can we best learn language? Testing the critical period hypothesis. 372. 9.4.3 Learning language. 375. 9.4.4 How children learn language, theories of language acquisition. 377. 9.4.5 Bilingualism and cognitive development. 379. 9.4.6 Can animals learn language? 382. 9.4.7 Video clip, language recognition in Bonobos. 383. 9.4.8 Language and perception. 383. Key takeaways. 384. Exercises and critical thinking. 385. 9.5 Chapter summary. 385. Chapter 10 Emotions and motivations. 388. 10.1 Captain Sullenberger conquers his emotions. 388. Captain Sullenberger conquers his emotions. 388. 10.2 The experience of emotion. 391. Learning objectives. 391. 10.2.1 Video clip, the basic emotions. 391. 10.2.2 The Canonbard and James Lang theories of emotion. 394. Research focus, misattributing arousal. 397. 10.2.3 Communicating emotion. 400. Key takeaways. 402. Exercises and critical thinking. 403. 10.3 Stress, the unseen killer. 403. Learning objectives. 403. 10.3.1 The negative effects of stress. 404. 10.3.2 Stressors in our everyday lives. 407. 10.3.3 Responses to stress. 411. 10.3.4 Managing stress. 412. 10.3.5 Emotion regulation. 414. Research focus. Emotion regulation takes effort. 415. Key takeaways. 417. Exercises and critical thinking. 417. 10.4 Positive emotions, the power of happiness. 418. Learning objectives. 418. 10.4.1 Finding happiness through our connections with others. 420. 10.4.2 What makes us happy. 421. Key takeaways. 424. Exercises and critical thinking. 424. 10.52 Fundamental human motivations, eating and mating. 424. Learning objectives. 424. 10.5.1 Eating, healthy choices make healthy lives. 424. 10.5.2 Obesity. 429. 10.5.3 Sex, the most important human behavior. 430. 10.5.4 The experience of sex. 431. 10.5.5 The many varieties of sexual behavior. 432. Psychology in everyday life, regulating emotions to improve our health. 434. Key takeaways. 435. Exercise and critical thinking. 436. 10.6 Chapter summary. 437. Chapter 11 Personality. 439. 11.1 Identical twins reunited after 35 years. 439. Identical twins reunited after 35 years. 439. 11.2 Personality and behavior, approaches and measurement. 441. Learning objectives. 441. 11.2.1 Personality as traits. 444. Example of a trait measure. 447. 11.2.2 Situational influences on personality. 452. 11.2.3 The MMPI and projective tests. 455. Psychology in everyday life, leaders and leadership. 458. Key takeaways. 460. Exercises and critical thinking. 461. 11.3 The origins of personality. 461. Learning objectives. 461. 11.3.1 Psychodynamic theories of personality, the role of the unconscious. 462. 11.3.2 ID, ego and superego. 463. Research focus, how the fear of death causes aggressive behavior. 469. 11.3.3 Strengths and limitations of Freudian and Neo-Freudian approaches. 471. 11.3.4 Focusing on the self, humanism and self-actualization. 473. Research focus, self-discrepancies, anxiety and depression. 475. Key takeaways. 477. Exercises and critical thinking. 477. 11.4 Is personality more nature or more nurture? Behavioral and molecular. Genetics. 478. Learning objectives. 478. 11.4.1 Studying personality using behavioral genetics. 479. 11.4.2 Studying personality using molecular genetics. 482. 11.4.3 Reviewing the literature, Is our genetics our destiny? 484. Key takeaways. 485. Exercises and critical thinking. 485. 11.5 Chapter summary. 485. Chapter 12 Defining psychological disorders. 488. 12.1 When minor body imperfections lead to suicide. 488. When minor body imperfections lead to suicide. 488. 12.2 Psychological disorder, what makes a behavior abnormal? 489. Learning objectives. 489. 12.2.1 Defining disorder. 491. Psychology in everyday life, combating the stigma of abnormal behavior. 495. 12.2.2 Diagnosing disorder, the DSM. 498. 12.2.3 Diagnosis or overdiagnosis. ADHD, autistic disorder, and Asperger's disorder. 504. 12.2.4 Attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. 504. 12.2.5 Autistic disorder and Asperger's disorder. 505. Key takeaways. 507. Exercises and critical thinking. 508. 12.3 Anxiety and dissociative disorders, fearing the world around us. 508. Learning objectives. 508. 12.3.1 Generalized anxiety disorder. 509. 12.3.2 Panic disorder. 509. 12.3.3 Phobias. 510. 12.3.4 Obsessive compulsive disorders. 512. 12.3.5 Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. 513. 12.3.6 Dissociative disorders, losing the self to avoid anxiety. 514. 12.3.7 Dissociative amnesia and fugue. 514. 12.3.8 Dissociative identity disorder. 515. 12.3.9 Explaining anxiety and dissociation disorders. 516. Key takeaways. 517. Exercises and critical thinking. 518. 12.4 Mood disorders, emotions as illness. 519. Learning objectives. 519. Behaviors associated with depression. 520. 12.4.1 Dysthymia and major depressive disorder. 521. 12.4.2 Bipolar disorder. 521. 12.4.3 Explaining mood disorders. 522. Research focus, using molecular genetics to unravel the causes of depression. 523. Key takeaways. 526. Exercises and critical thinking. 526. 12.5 Schizophrenia, the edge of reality and consciousness. 527. Learning objectives. 527. 12.5.1 Symptoms of schizophrenia. 527. 12.5.2 Explaining schizophrenia. 530. Key takeaways. 533. Exercise and critical thinking. 533. 12.6 Personality disorders. 533. Learning objectives. 533. 12.6.1 Borderline personality disorder. 538. Research focus, affective and cognitive deficits in BPD. 540. 12.6.2 Antisocial personality disorder, APD. 541. Key takeaways. 542. Exercises and critical thinking. 542. 12.7 Somatoform, factitious, and sexual disorders. 543. Learning objectives. 543. 12.7.1 Somatoform and factitious disorders. 543. 12.7.2 Sexual disorders. 545. 12.7.3 Disorders of sexual function. 545. 12.7.4 Gender identity disorder. 549. 12.7.5 Paraphilias. 549. Key takeaways. 551. Exercises and critical thinking. 552. 12.8 Chapter summary. 552. Chapter 13 Treating psychological disorders. 554. 13.1 Therapy on four legs. 554. Therapy on four legs. 554. 13.2 Reducing disorder by confronting it, psychotherapy. 556. Learning objectives. 556. DSM-IV criteria for diagnosing attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. 557. Psychology in everyday life, seeking treatment for psychological difficulties. 559. 13.2.1 Psychodynamic therapy. 561. Important characteristics and experiences in psychoanalysis. 562. 13.2.2 Humanistic therapies. 563. 13.2.3 Behavioral aspects of CBT. 566. 13.2.4 Cognitive aspects of CBT. 568. 13.2.5 Combination, eclectic, approaches to therapy. 569. Key takeaways. 571. Exercises and critical thinking. 572. 13.3 Reducing disorder biologically, drug and brain therapy. 572. Learning objectives. 572. 13.3.1 Drug therapies. 572. 13.3.2 Using stimulants to treat ADHD. 574. 13.3.3 Antidepressant medications. 575. 13.3.4 Anti-anxiety medications. 577. 13.3.5 Antipsychotic medications. 577. 13.3.6 Direct brain intervention therapies. 578. Key takeaways. 581. Exercises and critical thinking. 582. 13.4 Reducing disorder by changing the social situation. 582. Learning objectives. 582. 13.4.1 Group, couples, and family therapy. 582. 13.4.2 Self-help groups. 583. 13.4.3 Community mental health, service and prevention. 584. Some risk factors for psychological disorders. 585. Research focus, the implicit association test as a behavioral marker for suicide. 586. Key takeaways. 587. Exercise and critical thinking. 587. 13.5 Evaluating treatment and prevention, what works. 587. Learning objectives. 587. 13.5.1 Effectiveness of psychological therapy. 589. Research focus, meta-analyzing clinical outcomes. 591. 13.5.2 Effectiveness of biomedical therapies. 592. 13.5.3 Effectiveness of social community approaches. 594. Key takeaways. 595. Exercises and critical thinking. 595. 13.6 Chapter summary. 595. Chapter 14 Psychology in Our Social Lives, 598. 14.1 Binge Drinking and the Death of a Homecoming Queen. 598. Binge Drinking and the Death of a Homecoming Queen. 598. 14.2 Social Cognition, Making Sense of Ourselves and Others. 600. Learning Objectives. 600. 14.2.1 Perceiving Others. 600. 14.2.2 Forming judgments on the basis of appearance, stereotyping, prejudice, and discrimination. 601. Implicit association test. 603. Research focus. Forming judgments of people in seconds. 604. 14.2.3 Close relationships. 606. 14.2.4 Causal attribution, forming judgments by observing behavior. 610. 14.2.5 Attitudes and behavior. 612. Key takeaways. 615. Exercises and critical thinking. 616. 14.3 Interacting with others, helping, hurting, and conforming. 616. Learning objectives. 616. 14.3.1 Helping others, altruism helps create harmonious relationships. 617. 14.3.2 Why are we altruistic? 617. 14.3.3 How the presence of others can reduce helping. 620. 14.3.4 Video clip, The Case of Kitty Genovese. 620. 14.3.5 Human aggression, an adaptive yet potentially damaging behavior. 622. 14.3.6 The ability to aggress is part of human nature. 622. 14.3.7 Negative experiences increase aggression. 623. 14.3.8 Viewing violent media increases aggression. 625. 14.3.9 Video clip. 625. Research focus, the culture of honor. 626. 14.3.10 Conformity and obedience, how social influence creates social norms. 628. 14.3.11 Video clip. 631. 14.3.12 Do we always conform? 633. Key takeaways. 635. Exercises and critical thinking. 636. 14.4 Working with others, the costs and benefits of social groups. 636. Learning objectives. 636. 14.4.1 Working in front of others, social facilitation and social inhibition. 637. 14.4.2 Working together in groups. 639. Psychology in everyday life, do juries make good decisions? 642. 14.4.3 Using groups effectively. 644. Key takeaways. 646. Exercise and critical thinking. 647. 14.5 Chapter summary. 647. About the book. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 This text was adapted by the Saylor Foundation under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike license, http creativecommons.org/licenses. By NCSA/40/ without attribution as requested by the work/s original creator or licensee. Preface. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. When I first started teaching Introduction to Psychology, I found it difficult, much harder than teaching classes in statistics or research methods. I was able to give a lecture on the sympathetic nervous system, a lecture on Piaget, and a lecture on social cognition, but how could I link these topics together for the student? I felt a bit like I was presenting a laundry list of research findings rather than an integrated set of principles and knowledge. Of course, what was difficult for me was harder still for my students. How could they be expected to remember and understand all the many phenomena of psychology? How could they tell what was most important? And why, given the abundance of information that was freely available to them on the web? Should they care about my approach? My pedagogy needed something to structure, integrate, and motivate their learning. Eventually, I found some techniques to help my students understand and appreciate what I found to be important. First, I realized that psychology actually did matter to my students, but that I needed to make it clear to them why it did. I therefore created a more consistent focus on the theme of behavior. One of the most fundamental integrating principles of the discipline of psychology is its focus on behavior, and yet that is often not made clear to students. Affect, cognition, and motivation are critical and essential, and yet are frequently best understood and made relevant through their links with behavior. Once I figured this out, I began tying all the material to this concept. The sympathetic nervous system matters because it has specific and predictable influences on our behavior. Piaget's findings matter because they help us understand the child's behavior, not just his or her thinking. And social cognition matters because our social thinking helps us better relate to the other people in our everyday social lives. This integrating theme allows me to organize my lectures, my writing assignments, and my testing. Second was the issue of empiricism. I emphasized that what seems true might not be true, and we need to try to determine whether it is. The idea of empirical research, testing falsifiable hypotheses and explaining much, but never all, behavior. The idea of psychology as a science was critical, and it helped me differentiate psychology from other disciplines. Another reason for emphasizing empiricism is that the Introduction 1 to Psychology course represents many students' best opportunity to learn about the fundamentals of scientific research. The length of existing textbooks was creating a real and unnecessary impediment to student learning. I was condensing and abridging my coverage, but often without a Clear rationale for choosing to cover one topic and omit another. My focus on behavior, coupled with a consistent focus on empiricism, helped in this regard. Focusing on these themes helped me identify the underlying principles of psychology and separate more essential topics from less essential ones. Approach and pedagogy. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. I wrote this book to help students organize their thinking about psychology at a conceptual level. 5 or 10 years from now, I do not expect my students to remember the details of most of what I teach them. However, I do hope that they will remember that psychology matters because it helps us understand behavior and that our knowledge of psychology is based on empirical study. This book is designed to facilitate these learning outcomes. I have used 3 techniques to help focus students on behavior. 1. Chapter openers. I begin my focus on behavior by opening each chapter with a chapter opener showcasing an interesting real-world example of people who are dealing with behavioral questions and who can use psychology to help them answer those questions. The opener is designed to draw the student into the chapter and create an interest in learning about the topic. 2. Psychology in everyday life. Each chapter contains 1 or 2 features designed to link the principles from the chapter to real-world applications in business, environment, health, law, learning, and other relevant domains. For instance, the application in Chapter 6, Growing and Developing What Makes a Good Parent, applies the concepts of parenting styles in a mini handbook about parenting, and the application in Chapter 3, Brains, Bodies, and Behavior, is about the difficulties that left-handed people face performing everyday tasks in a right-handed world. 3. Research focus. I have also emphasized empiricism throughout, but without making it a distraction from the main storyline. Each chapter presents 2 close-ups on research, well-articulated and specific examples of research within the content area, each including a summary of the hypotheses, methods, results, and interpretations. This feature provides a continuous thread that reminds students of the importance of empirical research. The research foci also emphasize the fact that findings are not always predictable ahead of time, dispelling the myth of hindsight bias, and help students understand how research really works. My focus on behavior and empiricism has produced a text that is better organized, has fewer chapters, and is somewhat shorter than many of the leading books. 2. In short, I think that this book will provide a useful and productive synthesis between your goals and the goals of your students. I have tried to focus on the forest rather than the trees and to bring psychology to life in ways that really matter for the students. At the same time, the book maintains content and conceptual rigor, with a strong focus on the fundamental principles of empiricism and the scientific method. 3. Chapter 1 Introducing Psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychology is the scientific study of mind and behavior. The word psychology comes from the Greek word psyche, meaning life, and logos, meaning explanation. Psychology is a popular major for students, a popular topic in the public media, and a part of our everyday lives. Television shows such as Dr. Phil feature psychologists who provide personal advice to those with personal or family difficulties. Crime dramas such as CSI, Lie to Me, and others feature the work of forensic psychologists who use psychological principles to help solve crimes. And many people have direct knowledge about psychology because they have visited psychologists, for instance, school counselors, family therapists, and religious, marriage, or bereavement counselors. Because we are frequently exposed to the work of psychologists in our everyday lives, we all have an idea about what psychology is and what psychologists do. In many ways, I am sure that your conceptions are correct. Psychologists do work in forensic fields, and they do provide counseling and therapy for people in distress. But there are hundreds of thousands of psychologists in the world, and most of them work in other places, doing work that you are probably not aware of. Most psychologists work in research laboratories, hospitals, and other field settings, where they study the behavior of humans and animals. For instance, my colleagues in the psychology department at the University of Maryland study such diverse topics as anxiety in children, the interpretation of dreams, the effects of caffeine on thinking, how birds recognize each other, how praying mantises hear, how people from different cultures react differently in negotiation, and the factors that lead people to engage in terrorism. Other psychologists study such topics as alcohol and drug addiction, memory, emotion, hypnosis, love, what makes people aggressive or helpful, and the psychologies of politics, prejudice, culture, and religion. Psychologists also work in schools and businesses, and they use a variety of methods, including observation, questionnaires, interviews, and laboratory studies, to help them understand behavior. This chapter provides an introduction to the broad field of psychology and the many approaches that psychologists take to understanding human behavior. We will consider how psychologists conduct scientific research, with an overview of some of the most important approaches used and topics studied by psychologists, and also consider the variety of fields in which psychologists work and the careers that are available to people with psychology degrees. I expect that you may find that at least some of your preconceptions about psychology will be challenged and changed, and you will learn that psychology is a field that will provide you with new ways of thinking about your own thoughts, feelings, and actions. 4. 1.1 Psychology as a Science. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning objectives. 1. Explain why using our intuition about everyday behavior is insufficient. For a complete understanding of the causes of behavior. 2. Describe the difference between values and facts and explain how the scientific method is used to differentiate between the two. Despite the differences in their interests, areas of study, and approaches, all psychologists have one thing in common: they rely on scientific methods. Research. Psychologists use scientific methods to create new knowledge about the causes of behavior, whereas psychologist practitioners, such as clinical, counseling, industrial, organizational, and school psychologists, use existing research to enhance the everyday life of others. The science of psychology is important for both researchers and practitioners. In a sense, all humans are scientists. We all have an interest in asking and answering questions about our world. We want to know why things happen, when and if they are likely to happen again, and how to reproduce or change them. Such knowledge enables us to predict our own behavior and that of others. We may even collect data, i.e., any information collected through formal observation or measurement, to aid us in this undertaking. It has been argued that people are everyday scientists who conduct research projects to answer questions about behavior. Nisbet and Ross. 1980. When we perform poorly on an important test, we try to understand what caused our failure to remember or understand the material and what might help us do better the next time. When our good friends Manisha and Charlie break up, despite the fact that they appeared to have a relationship made in heaven, we try to determine what happened. When we contemplate the rise of terrorist acts around the world, we try to investigate the causes of this problem by looking at the terrorists themselves, the situation around them, and others' responses to them. 1.1.1 The problem of intuition. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 The results of these everyday research projects can teach us many principles of human behavior. We learn through experience that if we give someone bad news, he or she may blame us even though the news was not our fault. We learn that people may become depressed after they fail at an important task. We see that aggressive behavior occurs frequently in our society, and we develop theories to explain why this. 1. Nisbet, R.E., and Ross, L. 1980. Human Inference, Strategies and Shortcomings of Social Judgment. Englewood Cliffs, N.J., Prentice Hall. 5. Is so. These insights are part of everyday social life. In fact, much research in psychology involves the scientific study of everyday behavior. Hyder. 1958, Kelly, 1967. 2. The problem, however, with the way people collect and interpret data in their everyday lives is that they are not always particularly thorough. Often, when one explanation for an event seems right, we adopt that explanation as the truth even when other explanations are possible and potentially more accurate. For example, eyewitnesses to violent crimes are often extremely confident in their identifications of the perpetrators of these crimes. But research finds that eyewitnesses are no less confident in their identifications when they are incorrect than when they are correct. Cutler and Wells, 2009, Wells and Hazel, 2008. 3 people may also become convinced of the existence of extrasensory perception, especially, or the predictive value of astrology, when there is no evidence for either. Kilovich, 1993. Furthermore, psychologists have also found that there are a variety of cognitive and motivational biases that frequently influence our perceptions and lead us to draw erroneous conclusions. Fisk and Taylor, 2007, C. and Hasty, 2006. 5. In summary, accepting explanations for events without testing them thoroughly may lead us to think that we know the causes of things when we really do not. Research focus, unconscious preferences for the letters of our own name. A study reported in the Journal of Consumer Research, Brendel, Chattopadhyay, Pelham, and Carvalho, 2005, 6 demonstrates the extent to which people can be unaware of the causes of their own behavior. The research demonstrated that, at least under certain conditions, and although they do not know it, people frequently prefer brand names that contain the letters of their own name to brand names that do not contain the letters of their own name. The research participants were recruited in pairs and were told that the research was a taste test of different types of tea. For each pair of participants, the experimenter created 2 teas and named them by adding the word stem oki to the first 3 letters of each participant's first name. For example, for Jonathan and Elizabeth, the names of the teas would have been Yanaki and Ilioki. 2. Hyder, F. 1958. The Psychology of Interpersonal Relations. Hillsdale, N.J., Earlbaum, Kelly, H.H. 1967. Attribution Theory. In Social Psychology. In D. Levine, edition, Nebraska Symposium on Motivation, Volume 15, pages 192-40. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press. 3. Cutler, B. L., and Wells, G. L. 2009. Expert testimony regarding eyewitness identification. In J. L. Scheme, S. O. Lilienfeld, and K. S. Douglas, eds. Psychological Science in the Courtroom, Consensus and Controversy, pages 100-123. New York, New York. Guilford Press, Wells, G. L., and Hazel, L. E. 2008. Eyewitness Identification, Issues in Common Knowledge and Generalization. In E. Borgetta and S. T. Fisk, eds. Beyond Common Sense, Psychological Science in the Courtroom, pages 159-176. Malden, N.J., Blackwell. 4. Hilovich, T. 1993. How We Know What Isn't So, The Fallibility of Human Reason in Everyday Life. New York, New York, Free Press. 5. Fisk, S.T., and Taylor, S.E. 2007. Social Cognition, From Brains to Culture. New York, New York, McGraw-Hill, C. C.K., and Hasty, R. 2006. Decision and Experience, Why Don't We Choose What Makes Us Happy? Trends in Cognitive Sciences. 10, 1, 31-37. 6. Brendel, C. M., Chattopadhyay, A., Pelham, B. W., and Carvalho, M. 2005. Name Letter Branding, Valence Transfers. When product-specific needs are active. Journal of Consumer Research, 32, 3, 405-415. 6. The participants were then shown 20 packets of tea that were supposedly being tested. 18 packets were labeled with made-up Japanese names, for example, Mataku or Somuta, and 2 were labeled with the brand names constructed from the participants' names. The experimenter explained that each participant would taste only 2 teas and would be allowed to choose 1 packet of these 2 to take home. One of the 2 participants was asked to draw slips of paper to select the 2 brands that would be tasted at this session. However, the drawing was rigged so that the 2 brands containing the participants' name stems were always chosen for tasting. Then, while the teas were being brewed, the participants completed a task designed to heighten their needs for self-esteem, and that was expected to increase their desire to choose a brand that had the letters of their own name. Specifically, the participants all wrote about an aspect of themselves that they would like to change. After the teas were ready, the participants tasted them and then chose to take a packet of one of the teas home with them. After they made their choice, the participants were asked why they chose the tea they had chosen, and then the true purpose of the study was explained to them. The results of this study found that participants chose the tea that included the first 3 letters of their own name significantly more frequently, 64% of the time, than they chose the tea that included the first 3 letters of their partner's name, only 36% of the time. Furthermore, the decisions were made unconsciously. The participants did not know why they chose the tea they chose. When they were asked, more than 90% of the participants thought that they had chosen on the basis of taste, whereas only 5% of them mentioned the real cause that the brand name contained the letters of their name. Once we learn about the outcome of a given event, for example, when we read about the results of a research project, we frequently believe that we would have been able to predict the outcome ahead of time. For instance, if half of a class of students is told that research concerning attraction between people has demonstrated that opposites attract, and the other half is told that research has demonstrated that birds of a feather flock together, most of the students will report believing that the outcome that they just read about is true, and that they would have predicted the outcome before they had read about it. Of course, both of these contradictory outcomes cannot be true. In fact, psychological research finds that birds of a feather flock together is generally the case. The problem is that just reading a description of research findings leads us to think of the many cases we know that support the findings, and thus makes them seem believable. The tendency to 7. Think that we could have predicted something that has already occurred that we probably would not have been able to predict is called the hindsight bias. 1.1.2 Why psychologists rely on empirical methods. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. All scientists, whether they are physicists, chemists, biologists, sociologists, or psychologists, use empirical methods to study the topics that interest them. Empirical methods include the processes of collecting and organizing data and drawing conclusions about those data. The empirical methods used by scientists have developed over many years and provide a basis for collecting, analyzing, and interpreting data within a common framework in which information can be shared. We can label the scientific method as the set of assumptions, rules, and procedures that scientists use to conduct empirical research. Although scientific research is an important method of studying human behavior, not all questions can be answered using scientific approaches. Statements that cannot be objectively measured or objectively determined to be true or false are not within the domain of scientific inquiry. Scientists therefore draw a distinction between values and facts. Values are personal statements such as abortion should not be permitted in this country, I will go to heaven when I die, or it is important to study psychology. Facts are objective statements determined to be accurate through empirical study. Examples are there were more than 21,000 homicides in the United States in 2009, or research demonstrates that individuals who are exposed to highly stressful situations over long periods of time develop more health problems than those who are not. Because values cannot be considered to be either true or false, science cannot prove or disprove them. Nevertheless, as shown in Table 1.1, research can sometimes provide facts that can help people develop their values. For instance, science may be able to objectively measure the impact of unwanted children on a society or the psychological trauma suffered by women who have abortions. The effect of capital punishment on the crime rate in the United States may also be determinable. This factual information can and should be made available to help people formulate their values about abortion and capital punishment, as well as to enable governments to articulate appropriate policies. Values also frequently come into play in determining what research is appropriate or important to conduct. For instance, the U.S. Government has recently supported and provided funding for research on HIV, AIDS, and terrorism, while denying funding for research using human stem cells. 8. Personal value scientific fact. Welfare payments should be reduced for unmarried parents. The U.S. government paid more than $21 billion in unemployment insurance in 2010. Handguns should be outlawed. There were more than 30,000 deaths caused by handguns in the United States in 2009. Blue is my favorite color. More than 35% of college students indicate that blue is their favorite color. It is important to quit smoking. Smoking increases the incidence of cancer and heart disease. Table 1.1 Examples of values and facts in scientific research. Source: Stanger, C. 2011. Research Methods for the Behavioral Sciences, 4th ed. Mountain View, CA, Cengage. Although scientists use research to help establish facts, the distinction between values and facts is not always clear-cut. Sometimes statements that scientists consider to be factual later, on the basis of further research, turn out to be partially or even entirely incorrect. Although scientific procedures do not necessarily guarantee that the answers to questions will be objective and unbiased, science is still the best method for drawing objective conclusions about the world around us. When old facts are discarded, they are replaced with new facts based on newer and more correct data. Although science is not perfect, the requirements of empiricism and objectivity result in a much greater chance of producing an accurate understanding of human behavior than is available through other approaches. 1.1.3 Levels of explanation in psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The study of psychology spans many different topics at many different levels of explanation, which are the perspectives that are used to understand behavior. Lower levels of explanation are more closely tied to biological influences, such as genes, neurons, neurotransmitters, and hormones, whereas the middle levels of explanation refer to the abilities and characteristics of individual people, and the highest levels of 9. Explanation relate to social groups, organizations, and cultures. Cacioppo, Berntson, Sheridan, and McClintock, 2000. 7. The same topic can be studied within psychology at different levels of explanation, as shown in Figure 1.1. For instance, the psychological disorder known as depression affects millions of people worldwide, and is known to be caused by biological, social, and cultural factors. Studying and helping alleviate depression can be accomplished at low levels of explanation by investigating how chemicals in the brain influence the experience of depression. This approach has allowed psychologists to develop and prescribe drugs, such as Prozac, which may decrease depression in many individuals. Williams, Simpson, and Nahas, 2009. 8. At the middle levels of explanation, psychological therapy is directed at helping individuals cope with negative life experiences that may cause depression. And at the highest level, psychologists study differences in the prevalence of depression between men and women and across cultures. The occurrence of psychological disorders, including depression, is substantially higher for women than for men, and it is also higher in Western cultures, such as in the United States, Canada, and Europe, than in Eastern cultures, such as in India, China, and Japan. Chen, Wang, Poland, and Lin, 2009, Seated et Alabama, 2009. 9. These sex and cultural differences provide insight into the factors that cause depression. The study of depression in psychology helps remind us that no one level of explanation can explain everything. All levels of explanation, from biological to personal to cultural, are essential for a better understanding of human behavior. 7. Cacioppo, J.T., Berntson, G.G., Sheridan, J.F., and McClintock, M.K. 2000. Multilevel integrative analyses of human behavior, social neuroscience, and the complementing nature of social and biological approaches. Psychological Bulletin 126, 6, 829, 843. 8. Williams, N., Simpson, A.N., Simpson, K., and Nahas, Z. 2009. Relapse rates with long-term antidepressant drug therapy, a meta-analysis. Human Psychopharmacology, Clinical and Experimental, 24, 5, 401408. 9. Chen, P. Y. Wang, S. C. Poland, R. E. and Lin, K. M. 2009. Biological variations in depression and anxiety between East and West. CNS Neuroscience and Therapeutics, 15, 3, 283-94, Seated, S. Scott, K. M., Angermeyer, M. C., Berglund, P. Bromet, E. J., Brugge, T. S., Kessler, R. C. 2009. Cross-national associations between gender and mental disorders in the World Health Organization. World Mental Health Surveys. Archives of General Psychiatry, 66, 7, 785, 795. 10. Figure 1.1 Levels of Explanation. 1.1.4 The Challenges of Studying Psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Understanding and attempting to alleviate the costs of psychological disorders such as depression is not easy, because psychological experiences are extremely complex. The questions psychologists pose are as difficult as those posed by doctors, biologists, chemists, physicists, and other scientists, if not more so. Wilson, 1998. 10. A major goal of psychology is to predict behavior by understanding its causes. Making predictions is difficult in part because people vary and respond differently in different situations. Individual differences are the variations among people on physical or psychological dimensions. For instance, although many people experience at least some symptoms of depression at some times in their lives, the experience varies dramatically among people. Some people experience major negative events, such as severe physical injuries or the loss of significant others, without experiencing much depression, whereas other people experience severe depression for no apparent reason. Other important individual differences that we will discuss in the chapters to come include differences in extroversion, intelligence, self-esteem, anxiety, aggression, and conformity. Because of the many individual difference variables that influence behavior, we cannot always predict who will become aggressive or who will perform best in graduate school or on the job. The predictions made by psychologists, and most other scientists, are only probabilistic. We can say, for instance, that people who score higher on an intelligence test will, on average, do better than people who score lower on the same test, but we cannot make very accurate predictions about exactly how any one person will perform. 10. Wilson, E.O. 1998. Consilience, The Unity of Knowledge. New York, New York, Vintage Books. 11. Another reason that it is difficult to predict behavior is that almost all behavior is determined, or produced by many factors. And these factors occur at different levels of explanation. We have seen, for instance, that depression is caused by lower level genetic factors, by medium level personal factors, and by higher level social and cultural factors. You should always be skeptical about people who attempt to explain important human behaviors, such as violence, child abuse, poverty, anxiety, or depression, in terms of a single cause. Furthermore, these multiple causes are not independent of one another, they are associated such that when one cause is present, other causes tend to be present as well. This overlap makes it difficult to pinpoint which cause or causes are operating. For instance, some people may be depressed because of biological imbalances in neurotransmitters in their brain. The resulting depression may lead them to act more negatively toward other people around them, which then leads those other people to respond more negatively to them, which then increases their depression. As a result, the biological determinants of depression become intertwined with the social responses of other people, making it difficult to disentangle the effects of each cause. Another difficulty in studying psychology is that much human behavior is caused by factors that are outside our conscious awareness, making it impossible for us, as individuals, to really understand them. The role of unconscious processes was emphasized in the theorizing of the Austrian neurologist Sigmund Freud, 1856–1939, who argued that many psychological disorders were caused by memories that we have repressed and thus remain outside our consciousness. Unconscious processes will be an important part of our study of psychology, and we will see that current research has supported many of Freud's ideas about the importance of the unconscious in guiding behavior. Key takeaways. Psychology is the scientific study of mind and behavior. Though it is easy to think that everyday situations have common sense answers, scientific studies have found that people are not always as good at predicting outcomes as they think they are. The hindsight bias leads us to think that we could have predicted events that we actually could not have predicted. People are frequently unaware of the causes of their own behaviors. Psychologists use the scientific method to collect, analyze, and interpret evidence. Employing the scientific method allows the scientist to collect empirical data objectively, which adds to the accumulation of scientific knowledge. 12. Psychological phenomena are complex, and making predictions about them is difficult because of individual differences and because they are multiply determined at different levels of explanation. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Can you think of a time when you used your intuition to analyze an outcome, only to be surprised later to find that your explanation was completely incorrect? Did this surprise help you understand how intuition may sometimes lead us astray? 2. Describe the scientific method in a way that someone who knows nothing about science could understand it. 3. Consider a behavior that you find to be important and think about its potential causes at different levels of explanation. How do you think psychologists would study this behavior? 1.2 The evolution of psychology, history, approaches, and questions. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Explain how psychology changed from a philosophical to a scientific discipline. 2. List some of the most important questions that concern psychologists. 3. Outline the basic schools of psychology and how each school has contributed to psychology. In this section, we will review the history of psychology with a focus on the important questions that psychologists ask and the major approaches, or schools, of psychological inquiry. The schools of psychology that we will review are summarized in Table 1.2, and Figure 1.2 presents a timeline of some of the most important psychologists, beginning with the early Greek philosophers and extending to the present day. Table 1.2 and Figure 1.2 both represent a selection of the most important schools and people. To mention all the approaches and all the psychologists who have contributed to the field is not possible in one chapter. The approaches that psychologists have used to assess the issues that interest them have changed dramatically over the history of psychology. Perhaps most importantly, the field has moved steadily from speculation about behavior toward a more objective and scientific approach as the technology available to study human behavior has 13. Improved. Benjamin and Baker, 2004. 11. There has also been an increasing influx of women into the field. Although most early psychologists were men, now most psychologists, including the presidents of the most important psychological organizations, are women. School of Psychology. Description. Important contributors. Structuralism uses the method of introspection to identify the basic elements or structures of psychological experience. Wilhelm Wundt, Edward B. Titchener. Functionalism attempts to understand why animals and humans have developed the particular psychological aspects that they currently possess. William James. Psychodynamic focuses on the role of our unconscious thoughts, feelings, and memories and our early childhood experiences in determining behavior. Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, Alfred Adler, Eric Erikson. Behaviorism, based on the premise that it is not possible to objectively study the mind, and therefore that psychologists should limit their attention to the study of behavior itself. John B. Watson, B. F. Skinner. Cognitive. The study of mental processes, including perception, thinking, memory, and judgments. Herman Ebbinghaus. Sir Frederick Bartlett. Jean Piaget. Table 1.2 The most important approaches, schools, of psychology. 11. Benjamin, L.T., Jr., and Baker, D.B. 2004. From Seance to Science, A History of the Profession of Psychology in America. Belmont, C.A., Wadsworth/Thompson. 14. Social Cultural. The study of how the social situations and the cultures in which people find themselves influence thinking and behavior. Fritz Heider. Leon Festinger. Stanley Schachter. Table 1.2 The most important approaches, schools, of psychology. Figure 1.2 Timeline showing some of the most important psychologists. Although it cannot capture every important psychologist, this timeline shows some of the most important contributors to the history of psychology. 15. Although psychology has changed dramatically over its history, the most important questions that psychologists address have remained constant. Some of these questions follow, and we will discuss them both in this chapter and in the chapters to come. Nature versus nurture. Are genes or environment most influential in determining the behavior of individuals and in accounting for differences among people? Most scientists now agree that both genes and environment play crucial roles in most human behaviors, and yet we still have much to learn about how nature, our biological makeup, and nurture, the experiences that we have during our lives. Work together, Harris, 1998, Pinker, 2002. 12. The proportion of the observed differences on characteristics among people, for example, in terms of their height, intelligence, or optimism, that is due to genetics, is known as the heritability of the characteristic. And we will make much use of this term in the chapters to come. We will see, for example, that the heritability of intelligence is very high, about 0.85 out of 1.0, and that the heritability of extroversion is about 0.50. But we will also see that nature and nurture interact in complex ways, making the question of is it nature or is it nurture very difficult to answer. Free will versus determinism. This question concerns the extent to which people have control over their own actions. Are we the products of our environment, guided by forces out of our control, or are we able to choose the behaviors we engage in? Most of us like to believe in free will, that we are able to do what we want, for instance, that we could get up right now and go fishing. And our legal system is premised on the concept of free will. We punish criminals because we believe that they have choice over their behaviors and freely choose to disobey the law. But as we will discuss later in the research focus in this section, recent research has suggested that we may have less control over our own behavior than we think we do. Wegner, 2002. 13. Accuracy versus inaccuracy. To what extent are humans good information processors? Although it appears that people are good enough to make sense of the world around them and to make decent decisions, Fisk, 2003, 14, they are far from perfect. Human judgment is sometimes compromised by inaccuracies in our thinking styles and by our motivations and emotions. For instance, our judgment may be affected by our desires to gain material wealth and to see ourselves positively, and by emotional responses to the events that happen to us. Conscious versus unconscious processing. To what extent are we conscious of our own actions and the causes of them, and to what extent are our behaviors caused by influences that we are not aware of? Many of the major theories of psychology, ranging from the Freudian psychodynamic theories to contemporary work in cognitive psychology, argue that much of our behavior is determined by variables that we are not aware of. Differences versus similarities. To what extent are we all similar, and to what extent are we different? For instance, are there basic psychological and personality differences between men and women, or are men and women by and large similar? And what about people from different ethnicities and cultures? R. 12. Harris, J. 1998. The Nurture Assumption, Why Children Turn Out the Way They Do. New York, Touchstone Books. Pinker, S. 2002. The Blank Slate, The Modern Denial of Human Nature. New York, New York, Penguin Putnam. 13. Wegner, D.M. 2002. The Illusion of Conscious Will. Cambridge, MA, MIT Press. 14. Fisk, S.T. 2003. Social Beings. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley and Sons. 16. People around the world generally the same, or are they influenced by their backgrounds and environments in different ways? Personality, social, and cross-cultural psychologists attempt to answer these classic questions. 1.2.1 Early Psychologists. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The earliest psychologists that we know about are the Greek philosophers Plato, 428-347 BC, and Aristotle, 384-322 BC. These philosophers asked many of the same questions that today's psychologists ask. For instance, they questioned the distinction between nature and nurture and the existence of free will. In terms of the former, Plato argued on the nature side, believing that certain kinds of knowledge are innate or inborn, whereas Aristotle was more on the nurture side, believing that each child is born as an empty slate, in Latin tabula rasa, and that knowledge is primarily acquired through learning and experience. European philosophers continued to ask these fundamental questions during the Renaissance. For instance, the French philosopher René Descartes, 1596–1650, also considered the issue of free will, arguing in its favor and believing that the mind controls the body through the pineal gland in the brain, an idea that made some sense at the time but was later proved incorrect. Descartes also believed in the existence of innate natural abilities. A scientist as well as a philosopher, Descartes dissected animals and was among the first to understand that the nerves controlled the muscles. He also addressed the relationship between mind, the mental aspects of life, and body, the physical aspects of life. Descartes believed in the principle of dualism, that the mind is fundamentally different from the mechanical body. Other European philosophers, including Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679, John Locke, 1632–1704, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–1778, also weighed in on these issues. The fundamental problem that these philosophers faced was that they had few methods for settling their claims. Most philosophers didn't conduct any research on these questions, in part because they didn't yet know how to do it, and in part because they weren't sure it was even possible to objectively study human experience. But dramatic changes came during the 1800s with the help of the first two research psychologists, the German psychologist Wilhelm Wundt, 1832–1920, who developed a psychology laboratory in Leipzig, Germany, and the American psychologist William James, 1842–1910, who founded a psychology laboratory at Harvard University. 1.2.2 Structuralism, Introspection and the Awareness of Subjective Experience. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Wundt's research in his laboratory in Leipzig focused on the nature of consciousness itself. Wundt and his students believed that it was possible to analyze the basic elements of the mind and to classify our conscious experiences scientifically. Wundt 17 began the field known as structuralism, a school of psychology whose goal was to identify the basic elements or structures of psychological experience. Its goal was to create a periodic table of the elements of sensations, similar to the periodic table of elements that had recently been created in chemistry. Structuralists used the method of introspection to attempt to create a map of the elements of consciousness. Introspection involves asking research participants to describe exactly what they experience as they work on mental tasks, such as viewing colors, reading a page in a book, or performing a math problem. A participant who is reading a book might report, for instance, that he saw some black and colored straight and curved marks on a white background. In other studies, the structuralists used newly invented reaction time instruments to systematically assess not only what the participants were thinking but how long it took them to do so. Wundt discovered that it took people longer to report what sound they had just heard than to simply respond that they had heard the sound. These studies marked the first time researchers realized that there is a difference between the sensation of a stimulus and the perception of that stimulus, and the idea of using reaction times to study mental events has now become a mainstay of cognitive psychology. Perhaps the best known of the structuralists was Edward Bradford Titchener, 1867–1927. Titchener was a student of Wundt who came to the United States in the late 1800s and founded a laboratory at Cornell University. In his research using introspection, Titchener and his students claimed to have identified more than 40,000 sensations, including those relating to vision, hearing, and taste. An important aspect of the structuralist approach was that it was rigorous and scientific. The research marked the beginning of psychology as a science, because it demonstrated that mental events could be quantified. But the structuralists also discovered the limitations of introspection. Even highly trained research participants were often unable to report on their subjective experiences. When the participants were asked to do simple math problems, they could easily do them, but they could not easily answer how they did them. Thus the structuralists were the first to realize the importance of unconscious processes, that many important aspects of human psychology occur outside our conscious awareness, and that psychologists cannot expect research participants to be able to accurately report on all of their experiences. 1.2.3 Functionalism and Evolutionary Psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In contrast to Wundt, who attempted to understand the nature of consciousness, the goal of William James and the other members of the school of functionalism was to understand why animals and humans have developed the particular psychological aspects that they currently possess. Hunt, 1993. 15. For James, one's thinking was relevant only to one's behavior. As he put it in his psychology textbook, my thinking is first and last, and always for the sake of my doing. James, 1890. 16. 15. Hunt, M. 1993. The Story of Psychology. New York, New York, Anchor Books. 16. James, W. 1890. The Principles of Psychology. New York, New York, Dover. 18. James and the other members of the functionalist school were influenced by Charles Darwin's 1809-1882 theory of natural selection, which proposed that the physical characteristics of animals and humans evolved because they were useful, or functional. The functionalists believed that Darwin's theory applied to psychological characteristics too. Just as some animals have developed strong muscles to allow them to run fast, the human brain, so functionalists thought, must have adapted to serve a particular function in human experience. Although functionalism no longer exists as a school of psychology, its basic principles have been absorbed into psychology and continue to influence it in many ways. The work of the functionalists has developed into the field of evolutionary psychology, a branch of psychology that applies the Darwinian theory of natural selection to human and animal behavior. Dennett, 1995, Tooby and Cosimides, 1992. 17. Evolutionary psychology accepts the functionalists' basic assumption, namely that many human psychological systems, including memory, emotion, and personality, serve key adaptive functions. As we will see in the chapters to come, evolutionary psychologists use evolutionary theory to understand many different behaviors, including romantic attraction, stereotypes and prejudice, and even the causes of many psychological disorders. A key component of the ideas of evolutionary psychology is fitness. Fitness refers to the extent to which having a given characteristic helps the individual organism survive and reproduce at a higher rate than do other members of the species who do not have the characteristic. Fitter organisms pass on their genes more successfully to later generations, making the characteristics that produce fitness more likely to become part of the organism's nature than characteristics that do not produce fitness. For example, it has been argued that the emotion of jealousy has survived over time in men because men who experience jealousy are more fit than men who do not. According to this idea, the experience of jealousy leads men to be more likely to protect their mates and guard against rivals, which increases their reproductive success. Bus, 2018. Despite its importance in psychological theorizing, evolutionary psychology also has some limitations. One problem is that many of its predictions are extremely difficult to test. Unlike the fossils that are used to learn about the physical evolution of species, we cannot know which psychological characteristics our ancestors possessed or did not possess. We can only make guesses about this, because it is difficult to directly test evolutionary theories. It is always possible that the explanations we apply are made up after the fact to account for observed data. Gould and Lewontin, 1979. 19. Nevertheless, the evolutionary approach is important to psychology because it provides logical explanations for why we have many psychological characteristics. 17. Dennett, D. 1995. Darwin's Dangerous Idea, Evolution and the Meanings of Life. New York, New York, Simon & Schuster. Tooby, J., and Kazimides, L. 1992. The Psychological Foundations of Culture. In J. H. Barkow and L. Kazimides, eds. The Adapted Mind, Evolutionary Psychology and the Generation of Culture, p. 666. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 18. Bus, D.M. 2000. The Dangerous Passion, Why Jealousy is as Necessary as Love and Sex. New York, New York, Free Press. 19. Gould, S.J., and Lewontin, R.C. 1979. The Spandrels of San Marco and the Panglossian Paradigm, A Critique of the Adaptationist Program. In Proceedings of the Royal Society of London, Series B, Volume 205, pages 581-598. 19. 1.2.4 Psychodynamic Psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Perhaps the school of psychology that is most familiar to the general public is the psychodynamic approach to understanding behavior, which was championed by Sigmund Freud, 1856-1939, and his followers. Psychodynamic psychology is an approach to understanding human behavior that focuses on the role of unconscious thoughts, feelings, and memories. Freud developed his theories about behavior through extensive analysis of the patients that he treated in his private clinical practice. Freud believed that many of the problems that his patients experienced, including anxiety, depression, and sexual dysfunction, were the result of the effects of painful childhood experiences that the person could no longer remember. Freud's ideas were extended by other psychologists whom he influenced, including Carl Jung, 1875-1961, Alfred Adler, 1870-1937, Karen Horney, 1855-1952, and Erik Erikson, 1902-1994. These and others who follow the psychodynamic approach believe that it is possible to help the patient if the unconscious drives can be remembered, particularly through a deep and thorough exploration of the person's early sexual experiences and current sexual desires. These explorations are revealed through talk therapy and dream analysis, in a process called psychoanalysis. The founders of the school of psychodynamics were primarily practitioners who worked with individuals to help them understand and confront their psychological symptoms. Although they did not conduct much research on their ideas, and although later, more sophisticated tests of their theories have not always supported their proposals, psychodynamics has nevertheless had substantial impact on the field of psychology, and indeed on thinking about human behavior more generally. Moore and Fine, 1995. 20. The importance of the unconscious in human behavior, the idea that early childhood experiences are critical, and the concept of therapy as a way of improving human lives are all ideas that are derived from the psychodynamic approach and that remain central to psychology. 1.2.5 Behaviorism and the question of free will. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although they differed in approach, both structuralism and functionalism were essentially studies of the mind. The psychologists associated with the school of behaviorism, on the other hand, were reacting in part to the difficulties psychologists encountered when they tried to use introspection to understand behavior. Behaviorism is a school of psychology that is based on the premise that it is not possible to objectively study the mind, and therefore that psychologists should limit their attention to the study of behavior itself. Behaviorists believe that the human mind is a black box into which stimuli are sent and from which responses are received. They argue that there is no point in trying to determine what happens in the 20. Moore, B.E., and Fine, B.D. 1995. Psychoanalysis, The Major Concepts. New Haven, C.T., Yale University Press. 20. Box because we can successfully predict behavior without knowing what happens inside the mind. Furthermore, behaviorists believe that it is possible to develop laws of learning that can explain all behaviors. The first behaviorist was the American psychologist John B. Watson, 1878-1958. Watson was influenced in large part by the work of the Russian physiologist Ivan Pavlov, 1849-1936, who had discovered that dogs would salivate at the sound of a tone that had previously been associated with the presentation of food. Watson and the other behaviorists began to use these ideas to explain how events that people and other organisms experienced in their environment, stimuli, could produce specific behaviors, responses. For instance, in Pavlov's research, the stimulus, either the food or, after learning, the tone, would produce the response of salivation in the dogs. In his research, Watson found that systematically exposing a child to fearful stimuli in The presence of objects that did not themselves elicit fear could lead the child to respond with a fearful behavior to the presence of the stimulus. Watson and Rayner. 1920, Beck, Levinson, and Irons, 2009. 21. In the best known of his studies, an 8-month-old boy named Little Albert was used as the subject. Here is a summary of the findings. The boy was placed in the middle of a room, a white laboratory rat was placed near him, and he was allowed to play with it. The child showed no fear of the rat. In later trials, the researchers made a loud sound behind Albert's back by striking a steel bar with a hammer. Whenever the baby touched the rat, the child cried when he heard the noise. After several such pairings of thepto-stimuli, the child was again shown the rat. Now, however, he cried and tried to move away from the rat. In line with the behaviorist approach, the boy had learned to associate the white rat with the loud noise, resulting in crying. The most famous behaviorist was Burrhus Frederick, B.F. Skinner, 1904–1990, who expanded the principles of behaviorism and also brought them to the attention of the public at large. Skinner used the ideas of stimulus and response, along with the application of rewards or reinforcements, to train pigeons and other animals. And he used the general principles of behaviorism to develop theories about how best to teach children and how to create societies that were peaceful and productive. Skinner even developed a method for studying thoughts and feelings using the behaviorist approach. Skinner, 1957, 1968, 1972. 22. Research focus: do we have free will? The behaviorist research program had important implications for the fundamental questions about nature and nurture and about free will. In terms of the nature-nurture debate, the behaviorists agreed with the nurture approach, believing that we are shaped exclusively by our 21. Watson, J.B., Rayner, R. 1920. Conditioned Emotional Reactions. Journal of Experimental Psychology, 3, 1, 1, 14, Beck, H. P. Levinson, S., and Irons, G. 2009. Finding Little Albert, A Journey to John B. Watson's Infant Laboratory. American Psychologist, 64, 7, 605614. 22. Skinner, B. 1957. Verbal Behavior. Acton, Ma, Copley, Skinner, B. 1968. The Technology of Teaching. New York, New York. Appleton Century Crofts, Skinner, B. 1972. Beyond Freedom and Dignity. New York, New York, Vintage Books. 21. Environments. They also argued that there is no free will, but rather that our behaviors are determined by the events that we have experienced in our past. In short, this approach argues that organisms, including humans, are a lot like puppets in a show who don't realize that other people are controlling them. Furthermore, Although we do not cause our own actions, we nevertheless believe that we do because we don't realize all the influences acting on our behavior. Recent research in psychology has suggested that Skinner and the behaviorists might well have been right, at least in the sense that we overestimate our own free will in responding to the events around us. Libet, 1985, Matsuhashi and Hallett, 2008, Wegner, 2002. 23 in 1. Demonstration of the misperception of our own free will. Neuroscientists Soon, Brass, Heinze, and Haynes, 2008, 24 placed their research participants in a functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, brain scanner while they presented them with a series of letters on a computer screen. The letter on the screen changed every 1/2 second. The participants were asked, whenever they decided to press either of two buttons. Then they were asked to indicate which letter was showing on the screen when they decided to press the button. The researchers analyzed the brain images to see if they could predict which of the two buttons the participant was going to press, even before the letter at which he or she had indicated the decision to press a button, suggesting that the intention to act occurred in the brain before the research participants became aware of it. The researchers found that the prefrontal cortex region of the brain showed activation that could be used to predict the button press as long as 10 seconds before the participants said that they decided which button to press. Research has found that we are more likely to think that we control our behavior when the desire to act occurs immediately prior to the outcome, when the thought is consistent with the outcome, and when there are no other apparent causes for the behavior. Arts, Custers, and Wegner, 2005, 25 asked their research participants to control a rapidly moving square along with a computer that was also controlling the square independently. The participants pressed a button to stop the movement. When participants were exposed to words related to the location of the square just before they stopped its movement, they became more likely to think that they controlled the motion, even when it was actually the computer that stopped it. 23. Libet, B. 1985. Unconscious cerebral initiative and the role of conscious will in voluntary action. Behavioral and Brain Sciences, 8, 4, 529, 566, Matsuhashi, M., and Hallett, M. 2008. The timing of the conscious intention to move. European Journal of Neuroscience, 28, 11, 2344, 2351, Wegner, D.M. 2002. The Illusion of Conscious Will. Cambridge, Ma., MIT Press. 24. Soon, C.S., Brass, M., Heinze, H., J., and Haynes, J. D. 2008. Unconscious Determinants of Free Decisions in the Human Brain. Nature Neuroscience, 11, 5, 543, 545. 25. Arts, H., Custers, R., and Wegner, D.M. 2005. On the inference of personal authorship, enhancing experienced agency by priming effect information. Consciousness and Cognition, an international journal, 14, 3, 439-458. 22. Andigsterhuis, Preston, Wegner, and Arts, 2008, 26 found that participants who had just been exposed to first-person singular pronouns, such as I and me, were more likely to believe that they controlled their actions than were people who had seen the words computer or God. The idea that we are more likely to take ownership for our actions in some cases than in others is also seen in our attributions for success and failure. Because we normally expect that our behaviors will be met with success, when we are successful we easily believe that the success is the result of our own free will. When an action is met with failure, on the other hand, we are less likely to perceive this outcome as the result of our free will, and we are more likely to blame the outcome on luck or our teacher. Wegner, 2003. 27. The behaviorists made substantial contributions to psychology by identifying the principles of learning. Although the behaviorists were incorrect in their beliefs that it was not possible to measure thoughts and feelings, their ideas provided new ideas that helped further our understanding regarding the nature-nurture debate as well as the question of free will. The ideas of behaviorism are fundamental to psychology and have been developed to help us better understand the role of prior experiences in a variety of areas of psychology. 1.2.6 The Cognitive Approach and Cognitive Neuroscience. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Science is always influenced by the technology that surrounds it, and psychology is no exception. Thus it is no surprise that beginning in the 1960s, growing numbers of psychologists began to think about the brain and about human behavior in terms of the computer, which was being developed and becoming publicly available at that time. The analogy between the brain and the computer, although by no means perfect, provided part of the impetus for a new school of psychology called cognitive psychology. Cognitive psychology is a field of psychology that studies mental processes, including perception, thinking, memory, and judgment. These actions correspond well to the processes that computers perform. Although cognitive psychology began in earnest in the 1960s, earlier psychologists had also taken a cognitive orientation. Some of the important contributors to cognitive psychology include the German psychologist Hermann Ebbinghaus, 1850–1909, who studied the ability of people to remember lists of words under different conditions, and the English psychologist Sir Frederick Bartlett, 1886–1969, who studied the cognitive and social processes of remembering. Bartlett created short stories that were in some ways logical but also contained some very unusual and unexpected. 26. Digsterhuis, A. Preston, J. Wegner, D.M., and Arts, H. 2008. Effects of Subliminal Priming of Self and God on Self, Attribution of Authorship for Events. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 44, 1, 2, 9. 27. Wegner, D.M. 2003. The Mind's Best Trick, How We Experience Conscious Will. Trends in Cognitive Sciences. 7, 2, 65, 69. 23. Events. Bartlett discovered that people found it very difficult to recall the stories exactly, even after being allowed to study them repeatedly, and he hypothesized that the stories were difficult to remember because they did not fit the participants' expectations about how stories should go. The idea that our memory is influenced by what we already know was also a major idea behind the cognitive developmental stage model of Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget, 1896-1980. Other important cognitive psychologists include Donald E. Broadbent, 1926-1993, Daniel Kahneman, 1934. George Miller, 1920, Eleanor Roche, 1938, and Amos Tversky, 1937-1996. The War of the Ghosts. The War of the Ghosts was a story used by Sir Frederick Bartlett to test the influence of prior expectations on memory. Bartlett found that even when his British research participants were allowed to read the story many times, they still could not remember it well, and he believed this was because it did not fit with their prior knowledge. One night 2 young men from Egulac went down to the river to hunt seals, and while they were there it became foggy and calm. Then they heard war cries, and they thought, maybe this is a war party. They escaped to the shore, and hid behind a log. Now canoes came up, and they heard the noise of paddles, and saw one canoe coming up to them. There were 5 men in the canoe, and they said, "What do you think? We wish to take you along. We are going up the river to make war on the people." One of the young men said, "I have no arrows." "Arrows are in the canoe," they said. "I will not go along. I might be killed. My relatives do not know where I have gone. But you," he said, turning to the other, "may go with them." So one of the young men went, but the other returned home. And the warriors went on up the river to a town on the other side of Kalama. The people came down to the water and they began to fight. And many were killed. But presently the young man heard one of the warriors say, "Quick, let us go home, that Indian has been hit." Now, he thought, "Oh, they are ghosts." He did not feel sick, but they said he had been shot. So the canoes went back to Egulac, and the young man went ashore to his house and made a fire. And he told everybody and said, "Behold, I accompanied the ghosts, and we went to fight. Many of our fellows were killed, and many of those who attacked us were killed." They said, "I was hit, and I did not feel sick." 24. He told it all, and then he became quiet. When the sun rose he fell down. Something black came out of his mouth. His face became contorted. The people jumped up and cried. He was dead. Bartlett, 1932, 28. In its argument that our thinking has a powerful influence on behavior, the cognitive approach provided a distinct alternative to behaviorism. According to cognitive psychologists, ignoring the mind itself will never be sufficient because people interpret the stimuli that they experience. For instance, when a boy turns to a girl on a date and says, "You are so beautiful," a behaviorist would probably see that as a reinforcing, positive stimulus. And yet the girl might not be so easily fooled. She might try to understand why the boy is making this particular statement at this particular time and wonder if he might be attempting to influence her through the comment. Cognitive psychologists maintain that when we take into consideration how stimuli are evaluated and interpreted, we understand behavior more deeply. Cognitive psychology remains enormously influential today, and it has guided research in such varied fields as language, problem solving, memory, intelligence, education, human development, social psychology, and psychotherapy. The cognitive revolution has been given even more life over the past decade as the result of recent advances in our ability to see the brain in action using neuroimaging techniques. Neuroimaging is the use of various techniques to provide pictures of the structure and function of the living brain. Ilardi and Feldman, 2001. 29. These images are used to diagnose brain disease and injury, but they also allow researchers to view information processing as it occurs in the brain, because the processing causes the involved area of the brain to increase metabolism and show up on the scan. We have already discussed the use of one neuroimaging technique, functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, in the research focus earlier in this section, and we will discuss the use of neuroimaging techniques in many areas of psychology in the chapters to follow. 1.2.7 Social Cultural Psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. A final school, which takes a higher level of analysis and which has had substantial impact on psychology, can be broadly referred to as the social cultural approach. The field of social cultural psychology is the study of how the social situations and the cultures in which people find themselves influence thinking and behavior. Social cultural psychologists are particularly concerned with how people perceive themselves and others, and how people influence each other's behavior. For instance, social psychologists have found that we are attracted to others who are similar to us in terms of attitudes and interests. Byrne, 1969, 30. That we develop our own beliefs and 28. Bartlett, F.C. 1932. Remembering. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 29. Ilardi, S.S., and Feldman, D. 2001. The Cognitive Neuroscience Paradigm, a unifying meta-theoretical framework for the science and practice of clinical psychology. Journal of Clinical Psychology, 57, 9, 1067 1088. 30. Byrne, D. 1969. Attitudes and Attraction. In L. Berkowitz, edition, Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, Volume 4, pages 35-89. New York, New York, Academic Press. 25. Attitudes by Comparing Our Opinions to Those of Others, Festinger, 1954, 31, and that we frequently change our beliefs and behaviors to be similar to those of the people we care about, a process known as conformity. An important aspect of social cultural psychology are social norms, the ways of thinking, feeling, or behaving that are shared by group members and perceived by them. As-appropriate, Ash, 1952, Cialdini, 1993. 32 norms include customs, traditions, standards, and rules, as well as the general values of the group. Many of the most important social norms are determined by the culture in which we live, and these cultures are studied by cross-cultural psychologists. A culture represents the common set of social norms, including religious and family values and other moral beliefs, shared by the people who live in a geographical region. Fisk, Kitayama, Marcus, and Nisbet, 1998. Marcus, Kitayama, and Hyman, 1996, Matsumoto, 2001. 33 cultures influence every aspect of our lives, and it is not inappropriate to say that our culture defines our lives just as much as does our evolutionary experience. Mizudai, 2009. 34. Psychologists have found that there is a fundamental difference in social norms between Western cultures, including those in the United States, Canada, Western Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, and East Asian cultures, including those in China, Japan, Taiwan, Korea, India, and Southeast Asia. Norms in Western cultures are primarily oriented toward individualism, which is about valuing the self and one's independence from others. Children in Western cultures are taught to develop and to value a sense of their personal self, and to see themselves in large part as separate from the other people around them. Children in Western cultures feel special about themselves. They enjoy getting gold stars on their projects and the best grade in the class. Adults in Western cultures are oriented toward promoting their own individual success, frequently in comparison to, or even at the expense of, others. Norms in the East Asian culture, on the other hand, are oriented toward interdependence or collectivism. In these cultures, children are taught to focus on developing harmonious social relationships with others. The predominant norms relate to group togetherness and connectedness, and duty and responsibility to one's family and other groups. When asked to describe themselves, the members of East Asian cultures are more likely than those from Western cultures to indicate that they are particularly concerned about the interests of others, including their close friends and their colleagues. Another important cultural difference is the extent to which people in different cultures are bound by social norms and customs, rather than being free to express their own individuality without considering social norms. Chan, Gelfand, Tria Ndis, and Tseng, 1996. 35 cultures also differ in terms of personal space, such as how closely. 31. Festinger, L. 1954. A Theory of Social Comparison Processes. Human Relations, 7, 117, 140. 32. Ash, S.E. 1952. Social Psychology. Englewood Cliffs, N.J., Prentice Hall, Chaldeny, R.B. 1993. Influence, Science and Practice, 3rd ed. New York, New York, HarperCollins College. 33. Fisk, A., Kitayama, S., Marcus, H., and Nisbet, R. 1998. The Cultural Matrix of Social Psychology. In D. Gilbert, S. Fisk, and G. Lindsay, eds. The Handbook of Social Psychology, 4th ed., pages 915-981. New York, New York, McGraw-Hill, Marcus, H.R. Kitayama, S., and Hyman, R.J. 1996. Culture and Basic Psychological Principles. In E. T. Higgins and A. W. Kruglansky, eds. Social Psychology, Handbook of Basic Principles, pages 857-913. New York, New York, Guilford Press, Matsumoto, D. Edition. 2001. The Handbook of Culture and Psychology. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 34. Mizudai, A. 2009. How Cultural Evolutionary Theory Can Inform Social Psychology and Vice Versa. Psychological Review. 116, 4, 929, 952. 35. Chan, D.K.S., Gelfand, M.J., Tria Ndis, H.C., and Tseng, O. 1996. Tightness-Looseness Revisited, Some Preliminary Analyses. In Japan and the United States. International Journal of Psychology, 31, 1, 12. 26. Individuals stand to each other when talking, as well as the communication styles they employ. It is important to be aware of cultures and cultural differences because people with different cultural backgrounds increasingly come into contact with each other as a result of increased travel and immigration and the development of the Internet and other forms of communication. In the United States, for instance, there are many different ethnic groups, and the proportion of the population that comes from minority, non-white, groups is increasing from year to year. The social cultural approach to understanding behavior reminds us again of the difficulty of making broad generalizations about human nature. Different people experience things differently, and they experience them differently in different cultures. 1.2.8 The many disciplines of psychology. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychology is not one discipline but rather a collection of many subdisciplines that all share at least some common approaches, and that work together and exchange knowledge to form a coherent discipline. Yang and Chu, 2009. 36. Because the field of psychology is so broad, students may wonder which areas are most suitable for their interests and which types of careers might be available to them. Table 1.3 will help you consider the answers to these questions. You can learn more about these different fields of psychology and the careers associated with them here. http://apa.org/careers/psyc careers. Psychology. Field. Description: career opportunities. Biopsychology and neuroscience. This field examines the physiological basis of behavior in animals and humans by studying the functioning of different brain areas and the effects of hormones and neurotransmitters on behavior. Most biopsychologists work in research settings, for instance, at universities, for the federal government, and in private research labs. Table 1.3 Some career paths in psychology. 36. Yang, Y, J, and Chu, C, Y. 2009. Mapping the Structure and Dynamics of Psychological Knowledge, 40 Years of APA. Journal Citations, 1970-2009. Review of General Psychology, 13, 4, 349-356. 27. Psychology. Field. Description: career opportunities. Clinical and counseling psychology. These are the largest fields of psychology. The focus is on the assessment, diagnosis, causes, and treatment of mental disorders. Clinical and counseling psychologists provide therapy to patients with the goal of improving their life experiences. They work in hospitals, schools, social agencies, and in private practice. Because the demand for this career is high, entry to academic programs is highly competitive. Cognitive psychology. This field uses sophisticated research methods, including reaction time and brain imaging to study memory, language, and thinking of humans. Cognitive psychologists work primarily in research settings, although Some, such as those who specialize in human-computer interactions, consult for businesses, developmental psychology. These psychologists conduct research on the cognitive, emotional, and social changes that occur across the lifespan. Many work in research settings, although others work in schools and community agencies to help improve and evaluate the effectiveness of intervention programs such as Head Start. Table 1.3 Some career paths in psychology. 28. Psychology field description: career opportunities. Forensic psychology. Forensic psychologists apply psychological principles to understand the behavior of judges, attorneys, courtroom juries, and others in the criminal justice system. Forensic psychologists work in the criminal justice system. They may testify in court and may provide information about the reliability of eyewitness testimony and jury selection. Health psychology. Health psychologists are concerned with understanding how biology, behavior, and the social situation influence health and illness. Health psychologists work with medical professionals in clinical settings to promote better health, conduct research, and teach at universities. Industrial, organizational, and environmental psychology. Industrial, organizational psychology applies psychology to the workplace with the goal of improving the performance and well-being of employees. There are a wide variety of career opportunities in these fields, generally working in businesses. These psychologists help select employees, evaluate employee performance, and examine the effects of different working conditions on behavior. They may also work to design equipment and environments that improve employee. Table 1.3 Some career paths in psychology. 29. Psychology field description: career opportunities. Performance and reduce accidents. Personality psychology. These psychologists study people and the differences among them. The goal is to develop theories that explain the psychological processes of individuals, and to focus on Individual differences. Most work in academic settings, but the skills of personality psychologists are also in demand in business, for instance, in advertising and marketing. PhD programs in personality psychology are often connected with programs in social psychology, school and educational psychology. This field studies how people learn in school, the effectiveness of school programs, and the psychology of teaching. School psychologists work in elementary and secondary schools or school district offices with students, teachers, parents, and administrators. They may assess children's psychological and learning problems and develop programs to minimize the impact of these problems. Social and cross-cultural psychology. This field examines people's interactions with other people. Topics of study include: many social psychologists work in marketing, advertising, organizational systems design, and Table 1.3 Some career paths in psychology. 30. Psychology field description: career opportunities, conformity, group behavior, leadership, attitudes, and person perception. Other applied psychology fields: sports psychology. This field studies the psychological aspects of sports behavior. The goal is to understand the psychological factors that influence performance in sports, including the role of exercise and team. Sports psychologists work in gyms, schools, professional sports teams, and other areas where sports are practiced. Table 1.3 Some career paths in psychology. Psychology in everyday life: how to effectively learn and remember. One way that the findings of psychological research may be particularly helpful to you is in terms of improving your learning and study skills. Psychological research has provided a substantial amount of knowledge about the principles of learning and memory. This information can help you do better in this and other courses, and can also help you better learn new concepts and techniques in other areas of your life. The most important thing you can learn in college is how to better study, learn, and remember. These skills will help you throughout your life, as you learn new jobs and take on other responsibilities. There are substantial individual differences in learning and memory, such that some people learn faster than others. but even if it takes you longer to learn than you think it should, the extra time you put into studying is well worth the effort. And you can learn to learning to effectively study and to remember information is 31. Just like learning any other skill, such as playing a sport or a video game. To learn well, you need to be ready to learn. You cannot learn well when you are tired, when you are under stress, or if you are abusing alcohol or drugs. Try to keep a consistent routine of sleeping and eating. Eat moderately and nutritiously, and avoid drugs that can impair memory, particularly alcohol. There is no evidence that stimulants such as caffeine, amphetamines, or any of the many memory-enhancing drugs on the market will help you learn. Gold, Cahill, and Wenck, 2002, McDaniel, Mayer, and Einstein, 2002. 37. Memory supplements are usually no more effective than drinking a can of sugared soda, which also releases glucose and thus improves memory slightly. Psychologists have studied the ways that best allow people to acquire new information, to retain it over time, and to retrieve information that has been stored in our memories. One important finding is that learning is an active process. To acquire information most effectively, we must actively manipulate it. One active approach is rehearsal, repeating the information that is to be learned over and over again. Although simple repetition does help us learn, psychological research has found that we acquire information most effectively when we actively think about or elaborate on its meaning and relate the material to something else. When you study, try to elaborate by connecting the information to other things that you already know. If you want to remember the different schools of psychology, for instance, try to think about how each of the approaches is different from the others. As you make the comparisons among the approaches, determine what is most important about each one and then relate it to the features of the other approaches. In an important study showing the effectiveness of elaborative encoding, Rogers, Kuiper, and Kirker, 1977, 38 found that students learned information best when they related it to aspects of themselves, a phenomenon known as the self-reference effect. This research suggests that imagining how the material relates to your own interests and goals will help you learn it. An approach known as the method of loci involves linking each of the pieces of information that you need to remember to places that you are familiar with. You might think about the house that you grew up in and the rooms in it. Then you could put the behaviorists in the bedroom, the structuralists in the living room, and the functionalists in the kitchen. Then when you need to remember the information. 37. Gold, P.E., Cahill, L., and Wenck, G.L. 2002. Ginkgo biloba, a cognitive enhancer, psychological science in the public interest. 3, 1, 2, 11, McDaniel, M.A., Mayer, S.F., and Einstein, G.O. 2002. brain-specific nutrients, A. Memory cure. Psychological science in the public interest, 3, 1, 12, 38. 38. Rogers, T.B., Kuiper, N.A., and Kirker, W.S. 1977. Self-reference and the encoding of personal information. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 35, 9, 677-688. 32. You retrieve the mental image of your house and should be able to see each of the people in each of the areas. One of the most fundamental principles of learning is known as the spacing effect. Both humans and animals more easily remember or learn material when they study the material in several shorter study periods over a longer period of time, rather than studying it just once for a long period of time. Cramming for an exam is a particularly ineffective way to learn. Psychologists have also found that performance is improved when people set difficult yet realistic goals for themselves. Locke and Latham, 2006. 39. You can use this knowledge to help you learn. Set realistic goals for the time you are going to spend studying and what you are going to learn, and try to stick to those goals. Do a small amount every day, and by the end of the week you will have accomplished a lot. Our ability to adequately assess our own knowledge is known as metacognition. Research suggests that our metacognition may make us overconfident, leading us to believe that we have learned material even when we have not. To counteract this problem, don't just go over your notes again and again. Instead, make a list of questions and then see if you can answer them. Study the information again and then test yourself again after a few minutes. If you made any mistakes, study again. Then wait for a half hour and test yourself again. Then test again after 1 day and after 2 days. Testing yourself by attempting to retrieve information in an active manner is better than simply studying the material because it will help you determine if you really know it. In summary, everyone can learn to learn better. Learning is an important skill, and following the previously mentioned guidelines will likely help you learn better. Key takeaways. The first psychologists were philosophers, but the field became more empirical and objective as more sophisticated scientific approaches were developed and employed. Some basic questions asked by psychologists include those about nature versus nurture, free will versus determinism, accuracy versus inaccuracy, and conscious versus unconscious processing. The structuralists attempted to analyze the nature of consciousness using introspection. 39. Locke, E.A., and Latham, G.P. 2006. New Directions in Goal-Setting Theory. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 15, 5, 265-68. 33. The functionalists based their ideas on the work of Darwin, and their approaches led to the field of evolutionary psychology. The behaviorists explained behavior in terms of stimulus, response, and reinforcement, while denying the presence of free will. Cognitive psychologists study how people perceive, process, and remember information. Psychodynamic psychology focuses on unconscious drives and the potential to improve lives through psychoanalysis and psychotherapy. The social cultural approach focuses on the social situation, including how cultures and social norms influence our behavior. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. What type of questions can psychologists answer that philosophers might not be able to answer as completely or as accurately? Explain why you think psychologists can answer these questions better than philosophers can. 2. Choose one of the major questions of psychology and provide some evidence from your own experience that supports one side or the other. 3. Choose two of the fields of psychology discussed in this section and explain how they differ in their approaches to understanding behavior and the level of explanation at which they are focused. 1.3 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychology is the scientific study of mind and behavior. Most psychologists work in research laboratories, hospitals, and other field settings where they study the behavior of humans and animals. Some psychologists are researchers and others are practitioners, but all psychologists use scientific methods to inform their work. Although it is easy to think that everyday situations have common sense answers, scientific studies have found that people are not always as good at predicting outcomes as they often think they are. The hindsight bias leads us to think that we could have predicted events that we could not actually have predicted. Employing the scientific method allows psychologists to objectively and systematically understand human behavior. 34. Psychologists study behavior at different levels of explanation, ranging from lower biological levels to higher social and cultural levels. The same behaviors can be studied and explained within psychology at different levels of explanation. The first psychologists were philosophers, but the field became more objective as more sophisticated scientific approaches were developed and employed. Some of the most important historical schools of psychology include structuralism, functionalism, behaviorism, and psychodynamic psychology. Cognitive psychology, evolutionary psychology, and social cultural psychology are some important contemporary approaches. Some of the basic questions asked by psychologists, both historically and currently, include those about the relative roles of nature versus nurture in behavior, free will versus determinism, accuracy versus inaccuracy, and conscious versus unconscious processing. Psychological phenomena are complex, and making predictions about them is difficult, because they are multiply determined at different levels of explanation. Research has found that people are frequently unaware of the causes of their own behaviors. There are a variety of available career choices within psychology that provide employment in many different areas of interest. 35. Chapter 2 Psychological Science. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychologists study the behavior of both humans and animals, and the main purpose of this research is to help us understand people and to improve the quality of human lives. The results of psychological research are relevant to problems such as learning and memory, homelessness, psychological disorders, family instability, and aggressive behavior and violence. Psychological research is used in a range of important areas, from public policy to driver safety. It guides court rulings with respect to racism and sexism. Brown v. Board of Education, 1954, Fisk, Bersoff, Borgedow, Doe, and Heilman. 1991, 1. As well as court procedure. Indiana, the use of lie detectors during criminal trials, for example, Sachs, Doherty, and Cross, 1985. 2. Psychological research helps us understand how driver behavior affects safety. Fajan and Warren, 2003. 3. Which methods of educating children are most effective? Alexander and Wynne, 2006. Woolfolk, Hoy, 2005. 4. How to best detect deception. DePaulo et. Alabama, 2003. 5. And the causes of terrorism. Borum, 2004. 6. Some psychological research is basic research. Basic research is research that answers fundamental questions about behavior. For instance, biopsychologists study how nerves conduct impulses from the receptors in the skin to the brain, and cognitive psychologists investigate how different types of studying influence memory for pictures and words. There is no particular reason to examine such things except to acquire a better knowledge of how these processes occur. Applied research is research that investigates issues that have implications for everyday life and provides solutions to everyday problems. Applied research has been conducted to study, among many other things, the most effective methods for reducing depression, the types of advertising campaigns that serve to reduce drug and alcohol abuse, the key predictors of managerial success in business, and the indicators of effective government programs, such as Head Start. Basic research and applied research inform each other, and advances in science occur more rapidly when each type of research is conducted. Lewin, 1999. 7. For instance, although research concerning the role of practice on memory for lists of words is basic in orientation, the results could potentially be applied to help children learn to read. Correspondingly, psychologist practitioners who wish to reduce the spread of AIDS or to promote volunteering frequently base their programs on the results of basic 1. Brown v. Board of Education, 347 U.S. 483, 1954, Fisk, S.T., Bersoff, D.N., Borgedow, E., Doe, K., and Heilman, M.E. 1991. Social Science Research on Trial, Use of Sex Stereotyping Research in Price Waterhouse v. Hopkins. American Psychologist, 46, 10, 1049 1060. 2. Sachs, L., Doherty, D., and Cross, T. 1985. The Validity of Polygraph Testing, Scientific Analysis and Public Controversy. American Psychologist, 40, 355 366. 3. Fajan, B.R., and Warren, W.H. 2003. Behavioral Dynamics of Steering, Obstacle Avoidance, and Route Selection. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Human Perception and Performance, 29, 2, 343 362. 4. Alexander, P.A., and Wynne, Ph. eds. 2006. Handbook of Educational Psychology, 2nd ed. Mawa, N.J., Lawrence. Erlbaum Associates, Wolfachoi, A.E. 2005, Educational Psychology, 9th ed. Boston, Ma, Allen and Bacon. 5. DePaulo, B.M., Lindsay, J.J., Malone, B.E., Mullenbrook, L., Charlton, K., and Cooper, H. 2003. Cues to Deception. Psychological Bulletin, 129, 1, 74, 118. 6. Borum, R. 2004. Psychology of Terrorism. Tampa, University of South Florida. 7. Lewin, K. 1999. The Complete Social Scientist, A. Kurt Lewin Reader, M. Gold, edition. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 36. Research. This basic aids or volunteering research is then applied to help change people's attitudes and behaviors. The results of psychological research are reported primarily in research articles published in scientific journals, and your instructor may require you to read some of these. The research reported in scientific journals has been evaluated, critiqued, and improved by scientists in the field through the process of peer review. In this book, there are many citations to original research articles, and I encourage you to read those reports when you find a topic interesting. Most of these papers are readily available online through your college or university library. It is only by reading the original reports that you will really see how the research process works. Some of the most important journals in psychology are provided here for your information. Psychological journals. The following is a list of some of the most important journals in various subdisciplines of psychology. The research articles in these journals are likely to be available in your college library. You should try to read the primary source material in these journals when you can. General Psychology. American Journal of Psychology. American Psychologist. Behavioral and Brain Sciences. Psychological bulletin. Psychological methods. Psychological review. Psychological science. Biopsychology and neuroscience. Behavioral neuroscience. Journal of Comparative Psychology. Psychophysiology. Clinical and Counseling Psychology. Journal of Abnormal Psychology. Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology. Journal of Counseling Psychology. 37. Cognitive Psychology. Cognition. Cognitive Psychology. Journal of Experimental Psychology. Journal of Memory and Language. Perception and Psychophysics. Cross-Cultural, Personality and Social Psychology. Journal of Cross-Cultural Psychology. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology. Journal of Personality. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin. Developmental Psychology. Child Development. Developmental Psychology. Educational and School Psychology. Educational Psychologist. Journal of Educational Psychology. Review of Educational Research. Environmental, Industrial, and Organizational Psychology. Journal of Applied Psychology. Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes. Organizational Psychology. Organizational Research Methods. Personnel Psychology. In this chapter, you will learn how psychologists develop and test their research ideas, how they measure the thoughts, feelings, and behavior of individuals, and how they analyze and interpret the data they collect. To really understand psychology, you must also understand how and why the research you are reading about was conducted, and what the collected data mean. Learning about the principles and practices of 38. Psychological research will allow you to critically read, interpret, and evaluate research. In addition to helping you learn the material in this course, the ability to interpret and conduct research is also useful in many of the careers that you might choose. For instance, advertising and marketing researchers study how to make advertising more effective. Health and medical researchers study the impact of behaviors such as drug use and smoking on illness, and computer scientists study how people interact with computers. Furthermore, even if you are not planning a career as a researcher, jobs in almost any area of social, medical, or mental health science require that a worker be informed about psychological research. 2.1 Psychologists use the scientific method to guide their research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe the principles of the scientific method and explain its importance in conducting and interpreting research. 2. Differentiate laws from theories and explain how research hypotheses are developed and tested. 3. Discuss the procedures that researchers use to ensure that their research with humans and with animals is ethical, Psychologists aren't the only people who seek to understand human behavior and solve social problems. Philosophers, religious leaders, and politicians, among others, also strive to provide explanations for human behavior. But psychologists believe that research is the best tool for understanding human beings and their relationships with others. Rather than accepting the claim of a philosopher that people do, or do not, have free will, a psychologist would collect data to empirically test whether or not people are able to actively control their own behavior. Rather than accepting a politician's contention that creating, or abandoning, a new center for mental health will improve the lives of individuals in the inner city, a psychologist would empirically assess the effects of receiving mental health treatment on the quality of life of the recipients. The statements made by psychologists are empirical, which means they are based on systematic collection and analysis of data. 2.1.1 The scientific method. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. All scientists, whether they are physicists, chemists, biologists, sociologists, or psychologists, are engaged in the basic processes of collecting data and drawing. 39. Conclusions about those data. The methods used by scientists have developed over many years and provide a common framework for developing, organizing, and sharing information. The scientific method is the set of assumptions, rules, and procedures scientists use to conduct research. In addition to requiring that science be empirical, the scientific method demands that the procedures used be objective, or free from the personal bias or emotions of the scientist. The scientific method prescribes how scientists collect and analyze data, how they draw conclusions from data, and how they share data with others. These rules increase objectivity by placing data under the scrutiny of other scientists and even the public at large. Because data are reported objectively, other scientists know exactly how the scientist collected and analyzed the data. This means that they do not have to rely only on the scientist's own interpretation of the data, they may draw their own, potentially different, conclusions. Most new research is designed to replicate, that is, to repeat, add to, or modify previous research findings. The scientific method therefore results in an accumulation of scientific knowledge through the reporting of research and the addition to and modifications of these reported findings by other scientists. 2.1.2 Laws and Theories as Organizing Principles. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One goal of research is to organize information into meaningful statements that can be applied in many situations. Principles that are so general as to apply to all situations in a given domain of inquiry are known as laws. There are well-known laws in the physical sciences, such as the law of gravity and the laws of thermodynamics, and there are some universally accepted laws in psychology, such as the law of effect and Weber's law. But because laws are very general principles and their validity has already been well established, they are themselves rarely directly subjected to scientific test. The next step down from laws in the hierarchy of organizing principles is theory. A theory is an integrated set of principles that explains and predicts many, but not all, observed relationships within a given domain of inquiry. One example of an important theory in psychology is the stage theory of cognitive development proposed by the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget. The theory states that children pass through a series of cognitive stages as they grow, each of which must be mastered in succession before movement to the next cognitive stage can occur. This is an extremely useful theory in human development because it can be applied to many different content areas and can be tested in many different ways. Good theories have 4 important characteristics. First, good theories are general, meaning they summarize many different outcomes. Second, they are parsimonious, meaning they provide the simplest possible account of those outcomes. The stage theory of cognitive development meets both of these requirements. It can account for developmental changes in behavior across a wide variety of domains, and yet it does so parsimoniously by hypothesizing a simple set of cognitive stages. Third, good theories provide ideas for future research. The stage theory of cognitive development 40 has been applied not only to learning about cognitive skills, but also to the study of children's moral, Kohlberg, 1966, 8 and gender, Rubel and Martin, 1998, 9 development. Finally, good theories are falsifiable, Popper, 1959, 10, which means the variables of interest can be adequately measured and the relationships between the variables that are predicted by the theory can be shown through research to be incorrect. The stage theory of cognitive development is falsifiable because the stages of cognitive reasoning can be measured, and because if research discovers, for instance, that children learn new tasks before they have reached the cognitive stage hypothesized to be required for that task, then the theory will be shown to be incorrect. No single theory is able to account for all behavior in all cases. Rather, theories are each limited in that they make accurate predictions in some situations or for some people but not in other situations or for other people. As a result, there is a constant exchange between theory and data. Existing theories are modified on the basis of collected data, and the new modified theories then make new predictions that are tested by new data, and so forth. When a better theory is found, it will replace the old one. This is part of the accumulation of scientific knowledge. 2.1.3 The Research Hypothesis. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Theories are usually framed too broadly to be tested in a single experiment. Therefore, scientists use a more precise statement of the presumed relationship among specific parts of a theory, a research hypothesis, as the basis for their research. A research hypothesis is a specific and falsifiable prediction about the relationship between or among two or more variables, where a variable is any attribute that can assume different values among different people or across different times or places. The research hypothesis states the existence of a relationship between the variables of interest and the specific direction of that relationship. For instance, the research hypothesis using marijuana will reduce learning predicts that there is a relationship between a variable using marijuana and another variable called learning. Similarly, in the research hypothesis, participating in psychotherapy will reduce anxiety. The variables that are expected to be related are participating in psychotherapy and level of anxiety. When stated in an abstract manner, the ideas that form the basis of a research hypothesis are known as conceptual variables. Conceptual variables are abstract ideas that form the basis of research hypotheses. Sometimes the conceptual variables are rather simple, for instance, age, gender, or weight. In other cases, the conceptual variables represent more complex ideas, such as anxiety, cognitive development, learning, self-esteem, or sexism. 8. Kohlberg, L. 1966. A Cognitive Developmental Analysis of Children's Sex Role Concepts and Attitudes. In E. E. Maccoby. Edition, The Development of Sex Differences. Stanford, C.A., Stanford University Press. 9. Rubel, D., and Martin, C. 1998. Gender Development. In W. Damon, edition, Handbook of Child Psychology, 5th ed., pages 933-1016. New York, New York, John Wiley and Sons. 10. Popper, K.R. 1959. The Logic of Scientific Discovery. New York, New York, Basic Books. 41. The first step in testing a research hypothesis involves turning the conceptual variables into measured variables, which are variables consisting of numbers that represent the conceptual variables. For instance, the conceptual variable participating in psychotherapy could be represented as the measured variable number of psychotherapy hours the patient has accrued, and the conceptual variable using marijuana could be assessed by having the research participants rate, on a scale from 1 to 10, how often they use marijuana, or by administering a blood test that measures the presence of the chemicals in marijuana. Psychologists use the term operational definition to refer to a precise statement of how a conceptual variable is turned into a measured variable. The relationship between conceptual and measured variables in a research hypothesis is diagrammed in Figure 2.1. The conceptual variables are represented within circles at the top of the figure, and the measured variables are represented within squares at the bottom. The two vertical arrows, which lead from the conceptual variables to the measured variables, represent the operational definitions of the two variables. The arrows indicate the expectation that changes in the conceptual variables, psychotherapy and anxiety in this example, will cause changes in the corresponding measured variables. The measured variables are then used to draw inferences about the conceptual variables. Figure 2.1 Diagram of a research hypothesis. In this research hypothesis, the conceptual variable of attending psychotherapy is operationalized using the number of hours of psychotherapy the client has completed, and the conceptual variable of anxiety is operationalized using self. 42. Reported levels of anxiety. The research hypothesis is that more psychotherapy will be related to less reported anxiety. Table 2.1 lists some potential operational definitions of conceptual variables that have been used in psychological research. As you read through this list, note that in contrast to the abstract conceptual variables, the measured variables are very specific. This specificity is important for two reasons. First, more specific definitions mean that there is less danger that the collected data will be misunderstood by others. Second, specific definitions will enable future researchers to replicate the research. Conceptual variable. Operational definitions. Aggression. Number of presses of a button that administers shock to another student. Number of seconds taken to honk the horn at the car ahead after a stoplight turns green. Interpersonal attraction. Number of inches that an individual places his or her chair away from another person. Number of millimeters of pupil dilation when one person looks at another. Employee satisfaction. Number of days per month an employee shows up to work on time. Rating of job satisfaction from 1, not at all satisfied, to 9, extremely satisfied. Decision making skills. Number of groups able to correctly solve a group performance task. Number of seconds in which a person solves a problem. Depression. Number of negative words used in a creative story. Number of appointments made with a psychotherapist. Table 2.1 Examples of the operational definitions of conceptual variables that have been used in psychological research. 43. 2.1.4 Conducting ethical research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the questions that all scientists must address concerns the ethics of their research. Physicists are concerned about the potentially harmful outcomes of their experiments with nuclear materials. Biologists worry about the potential outcomes of creating genetically engineered human babies. Medical researchers agonize over the ethics of withholding potentially beneficial drugs from control groups in clinical trials. Likewise, psychologists are continually considering the ethics of their research. Research in psychology may cause some stress, harm, or inconvenience for the people who participate in that research. For instance, researchers may require introductory psychology students to participate in research projects and then deceive these students, at least temporarily, about the nature of the research. Psychologists may induce stress, anxiety, or negative moods in their participants, expose them to weak electrical shocks, or convince them to behave in ways that violate their moral standards. And researchers may sometimes use animals in their research, potentially harming them in the process. Decisions about whether research is ethical are made using established ethical codes developed by scientific organizations, such as the American Psychological Association, and federal governments. In the United States, the Department of Health and Human Services provides the guidelines for ethical standards in research. Some research, such as the research conducted by the Nazis on prisoners during World War II, is perceived as immoral by almost everyone. Other procedures, such as the use of animals in research testing the effectiveness of drugs, are more controversial. Scientific research has provided information that has improved the lives of many people. Therefore, it is unreasonable to argue that, because scientific research has costs, no research should be conducted. This argument fails to consider the fact that there are significant costs to not doing research and that these costs may be greater than the potential costs of conducting the research. Rosenthal, 1994. 11. In each case, before beginning to conduct the research, scientists have attempted to determine the potential risks and benefits of the research and have come to the conclusion that the potential benefits of conducting the research outweigh the potential costs to the research participants. Characteristics of an ethical research project using human participants. Trust and positive rapport are created between the researcher and the participant. The rights of both the experimenter and participant are considered, and the relationship between them is mutually beneficial. 11. Rosenthal, R. 1994. Science and Ethics in Conducting, Analyzing, and Reporting Psychological Research. Psychological Science, 5, 127-134. 44. The experimenter treats the participant with concern and respect, and attempts to make the research experience a pleasant and informative one. Before the research begins, the participant is given all information relevant to his or her decision to participate, including any possibilities of physical danger or psychological stress. The participant is given a chance to have questions about the procedure answered, thus guaranteeing his or her free choice about participating. After the experiment is over, any deception that has been used is made public, and the necessity for it is explained. The experimenter carefully debriefs the participant, explaining the underlying research hypothesis and the purpose of the experimental procedure in detail and answering any questions. the experimenter provides information about how he or she can be contacted and offers to provide information about the results of the research if the participant is interested in receiving it. Stanger, 2011. This list presents some of the most important factors that psychologists take into consideration when designing their research. The most direct ethical concern of the scientist is to prevent harm to the research participants. One example is the well-known research of Stanley Milgram, 1974, investigating obedience to authority. In these studies, participants were induced by an experimenter to administer electric shocks to another person so that Milgram could study the extent to which they would obey the demands of an authority figure. Most participants evidenced high levels of stress resulting from the psychological conflict they experienced between engaging in aggressive and dangerous behavior and following the instructions of the experimenter. Studies such as those by Milgram are no longer conducted because the scientific community is now much more sensitized to the potential of such procedures to create emotional discomfort or harm. Another goal of ethical research is to guarantee that participants have free choice regarding whether they wish to participate in research. Students in psychology classes may be allowed, or even required, to participate in research, but they are also always given an option to choose a different study to be in, or to perform other activities instead. And once an experiment begins, the research participant is always free to leave the experiment if he or she wishes to. Concerns with free choice also occur in institutional settings, such as in schools, hospitals, corporations, and prisons, when individuals are required by the institutions to take certain tests, or when employees are told or asked to participate in research. Researchers must also protect the privacy of the research participants. In some cases, data can be kept anonymous by not having the respondents put any identifying information on their questionnaires. In other cases, the data cannot be anonymous. 45. Because the researcher needs to keep track of which respondent contributed the data. In this case, one technique is to have each participant use a unique code number to identify his or her data, such as the last 4 digits of the student ID number. In this way, the researcher can keep track of which person completed which questionnaire. But no one will be able to connect the data with the individual who contributed them. Perhaps the most widespread ethical concern to the participants in behavioral research is the extent to which researchers employ deception. Deception occurs whenever research participants are not completely and fully informed about the nature of the research project before participating in it. Deception may occur in an active way, such as when the researcher tells the participants that he or she is studying learning when in fact the experiment really concerns obedience to authority. In other cases, the deception is more passive, such as when participants are not told about the hypothesis being studied or the potential use of the data being collected. Some researchers have argued that no deception should ever be used in any research. Baumrind, 1985. They argue that participants should always be told the complete truth about the nature of the research they are in, and that when participants are deceived there will be negative consequences, such as the possibility that participants may arrive at other studies already expecting to be deceived. Other psychologists defend the use of deception on the grounds that it is needed to get participants to act naturally and to enable the study of psychological phenomena that might not otherwise get investigated. They argue that it would be impossible to study topics such as altruism, aggression, obedience, and stereotyping without using deception. Because if participants were informed ahead of time what the study involved, this knowledge would certainly change their behavior. The Codes of Ethics of the American Psychological Association and other organizations allow researchers to use deception. But these codes also require them to explicitly consider how their research might be conducted without the use of deception. 2.1.5 Ensuring that research is ethical. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Making decisions about the ethics of research involves weighing the costs and benefits of conducting versus not conducting a given research project. The costs involve potential harm to the research participants and to the field, whereas the benefits include the potential for advancing knowledge about human behavior and offering various advantages, some educational, to the individual participants. Most generally, the ethics of a given research project are determined through a cost-benefit analysis, in which the costs are compared to the benefits. If the potential costs of the research appear to outweigh any potential benefits that might come from it, then the research should not proceed. Arriving at a cost-benefit ratio is not simple. For one thing, there is no way to know ahead of time what the effects of a given procedure will be on every person or animal who participates or what benefit to society the research is likely to produce. In addition, what is ethical is defined by the current state of thinking within society, and 46. Thus perceived costs and benefits change over time. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services regulations require that all universities receiving funds from the department set up an Institutional Review Board, IRB, to determine whether proposed research meets department regulations. The Institutional Review Board, IRB, is a committee of at least 5 members whose goal it is to determine the cost-benefit ratio of research conducted within an institution. The IRB approves the procedures of all the research conducted at the institution before the research can begin. The board may suggest modifications to the procedures, or, in rare cases, it may inform the scientist that the research violates Department of Health and Human Services guidelines and thus cannot be conducted at all. One important tool for ensuring that research is ethical is the use of informed consent. A sample informed consent form is shown in Figure 2.2. Sample consent form. Informed consent, conducted before a participant begins a research session, is designed to explain the research procedures and inform the participant of his or her rights during the investigation. The informed consent explains as much as possible about the true nature of the study, particularly everything that might be expected to influence willingness to participate, but it may in some cases withhold some information that allows the study to work. 47. Figure 2.2 Sample Consent Form. The informed consent form explains the research procedures and informs the participant of his or her rights during the investigation. Source: adapted from Stanger, c. 2011. Research Methods for the Behavioral Sciences, 4th ed. Mountain View, CA, Cengage. Because participating in research has the potential for producing long-term changes in the research participants, all participants should be fully debriefed immediately after their participation. The debriefing is a procedure designed to fully explain the purposes and procedures of the research and remove any harmful after effects of participation. 48. 2.1.6 Research with Animals. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Because animals make up an important part of the natural world, and because some research cannot be conducted using humans, animals are also participants in psychological research. Most psychological research using animals is now conducted with rats, mice, and birds, and the use of other animals in research is declining. Thomas and Blackman, 1992. As with ethical decisions involving human participants, a set of basic principles has been developed that helps researchers make informed decisions about such research. A summary is shown below. APA Guidelines on Humane Care and Use of Animals in Research. The following are some of the most important ethical principles from the American Psychological Association's Guidelines on Research with Animals. Psychologists acquire, care for, use, and dispose of animals in compliance with current federal, state, and local laws and regulations, and with professional standards. Psychologists trained in research methods and experienced in the care of laboratory animals supervise all procedures involving animals and are responsible for ensuring appropriate consideration of their comfort, health, and humane treatment. Psychologists ensure that all individuals under their supervision who are using animals have received instruction in research methods and in the care, maintenance, and handling of the species being used, to the extent appropriate to their role. Psychologists make reasonable efforts to minimize the discomfort, infection, illness, and pain of animal subjects. Psychologists use a procedure subjecting animals to pain, stress, or privation only when an alternative procedure is unavailable and the goal is justified by its prospective scientific, educational, or applied value. Psychologists perform surgical procedures under appropriate anesthesia and follow techniques to avoid infection and minimize pain during and after surgery, when it is appropriate that an animal's life be terminated. Psychologists proceed rapidly, with an effort to minimize pain and, in accordance with accepted procedures. American Psychological Association, 2002. 49. Because the use of animals in research involves a personal value, people naturally disagree about this practice. Although many people accept the value of such research. Plus, 1996, a minority of people, including animal rights activists, believes that it is ethically wrong to conduct research on animals. This argument is based on the assumption that because animals are living creatures just as humans are, no harm should ever be done to them. Most scientists, however, reject this view. They argue that such beliefs ignore the potential benefits that have and continue to come from research with animals. For instance, drugs that can reduce the incidence of cancer or AIDS may first be tested on animals, and surgery that can save human lives may first be practiced on animals. Research on animals has also led to a better understanding of the physiological causes of depression, phobias, and stress, among other illnesses. In contrast to animal rights activists, then, scientists believe that because there are many benefits that accrue from animal research, such research can and should continue as long as the humane treatment of the animals used in the research is guaranteed. Key takeaways. Psychologists use the scientific method to generate, accumulate, and report scientific knowledge. Basic research, which answers questions about behavior, and applied research, which finds solutions to everyday problems, inform each other and work together to advance science. Research reports describing scientific studies are published in scientific journals so that other scientists and laypersons may review the empirical findings. Organizing principles, including laws, theories, and research hypotheses, give structure and uniformity to scientific methods. Concerns for conducting ethical research are paramount. Researchers assure that participants are given free choice to participate and that their privacy is protected. Informed consent and debriefing help provide humane treatment of participants. A cost-benefit analysis is used to determine what research should and should not be allowed to proceed. 50. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Give an example from personal experience of how you or someone you know have benefited from the results of scientific research. 2. Find and discuss a research project that in your opinion has ethical concerns. Explain why you find these concerns to be troubling. 3. Indicate your personal feelings about the use of animals in research. When should and should not animals be used? What principles have you used to come to these conclusions? 2.2 Psychologists use descriptive, correlational, and experimental research designs to understand behavior. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativcommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning objectives. 1. Differentiate the goals of descriptive, correlational, and experimental research designs and explain the advantages and disadvantages of each. 2. Explain the goals of descriptive research and the statistical techniques used to interpret it. 3. Summarize the uses of correlational research and describe why correlational research cannot be used to infer causality. 4. Review the procedures of experimental research and explain how it can be used to draw causal inferences. Psychologists agree that if their ideas and theories about human behavior are to be taken seriously, they must be backed up by data. However, the research of different psychologists is designed with different goals in mind, and the different goals require different approaches. These varying approaches, summarized in Table 2.2, are known as research designs. A research design is the specific method a researcher uses to collect, analyze, and interpret data. Psychologists use three major types of research designs in their research, and each provides an essential avenue for scientific investigation. Descriptive research is research designed to provide a snapshot of the current state of affairs. Correlational research is research designed to discover relationships among variables and to allow the prediction of future events from present knowledge. Experimental research is research in which initial equivalence among research participants in more than one group is created, followed by a manipulation of a given experience for these groups and a measurement of the influence of the manipulation. Each of the three research designs varies according to its strengths and limitations, and it is important to understand how each differs. 51. Research design. Goal advantages disadvantages. Descriptive. To create a snapshot of the current state of affairs. Provides a relatively complete picture of what is occurring at a given time. Allows the development of questions for further study. Does not assess relationships among variables. May be unethical if participants do not know they are being observed. Correlational. To assess the relationships between and among two or more variables. Allows testing of expected relationships between and among variables and the making of predictions. Can assess these relationships in everyday life events. Cannot be used to draw inferences about the causal relationships between and among the variables. Experimental. To assess the causal impact of one or more experimental manipulations on a dependent variable allows drawing of conclusions about the causal relationships among variables. Cannot experimentally manipulate many important variables. May be expensive and time consuming. Table 2.2 Characteristics of the three research designs. 52. There are three major research designs used by psychologists, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Table 2.2 Characteristics of the three research designs. Source: Stanger, C. 2011. Research Methods for the Behavioral Sciences, 4th ed. Mountain View, CA, Cengage. 2.2.1 Descriptive Research, Assessing the Current State of Affairs. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Descriptive research is designed to create a snapshot of the current thoughts, feelings, or behavior of individuals. This section reviews three types of descriptive research: case studies, surveys, and naturalistic observation. Sometimes the data in a descriptive research project are based on only a small set of individuals, often only one person or a single small group. These research designs are known as case studies, descriptive records of one or more individuals' experiences and behavior. Sometimes case studies involve ordinary individuals, as when developmental psychologist Jean Piaget used his observation of his own children to develop his stage theory of cognitive development. More frequently, case studies are conducted on individuals who have unusual or abnormal experiences or characteristics, or who find themselves in particularly difficult or stressful situations. The assumption is that by carefully studying individuals who are socially marginal, who are experiencing unusual situations, or who are going through a difficult phase in their lives, we can learn something about human nature. Sigmund Freud was a master of using the psychological difficulties of individuals to draw conclusions about basic psychological processes. Freud wrote case studies of some of his most interesting patients and used these careful examinations to develop his important theories of personality. One classic example is Freud's description of Little Hans, a child whose fear of horses the psychoanalyst interpreted in terms of repressed sexual impulses and the Oedipus complex. Freud, 1909-1964, 12. Another well-known case study is Phineas Gage, a man whose thoughts and emotions were extensively studied by cognitive psychologists after a railroad spike was blasted through his skull in an accident. Although there is question about the interpretation of this case study, Kotovich, 2007, 13, it did provide early evidence that the brain's frontal Loeb is involved in emotion and morality. Damasio et Alabama, 2005. 14. An interesting example of a case study in clinical psychology is described by Rokiak, 1964, 15, who investigated in detail the beliefs and interactions among 3 patients with schizophrenia, all of whom were convinced they were Jesus Christ. 12. Freud, S. 1964. Analysis of phobia in a 5-year-old boy. In E. A. Southwell and M. Merbaum, eds. Personality, Readings. In Theory and Research, pages 332. Belmont, C. A., Wadsworth. Original work published 1909. 13. Kotovich, Z. 2007. The Strange Case of Phineas Gage. History of the Human Sciences, 21, 115-131. 14. Damasio, H., Grabowski, T., Frank, R., Galiberta, A. M., Damasio, A. R., Cacioppo, J. T., and Berntson, G. G. 2005. The Return of Phineas Gage, Clues about the Brain from the Skull of a Famous Patient. In Social Neuroscience, Key Readings. Pages 21-28. New York, New York, Psychology Press. 15. Rokiak, M. 1964. The Three Christs of Ypsilanti, A Psychological Study. New York, New York, Knopf. 53. In other cases, the data from descriptive research projects come in the form of a survey, a measure administered through either an interview or a written questionnaire to get a picture of the beliefs or behaviors of a sample of people of interest. The people chosen to participate in the research, known as the sample, are selected to be representative of all the people that the researcher wishes to know about the population. In election polls, for instance, a sample is taken from the population of all likely voters in the upcoming elections. The results of surveys may sometimes be rather mundane, such as 9 out of 10 doctors prefer Timanosin, or the median income in Montgomery County is $36,712. Yet other times, particularly in discussions of social behavior, the results can be shocking. More than 40,000 people are killed by gunfire in the United States every year, or more than 60% of women between the ages of 50 and 60 suffer from depression. Descriptive research is frequently used by psychologists to get an estimate of the prevalence, or incidence, of psychological disorders. A final type of descriptive research, known as naturalistic observation, is research based on the observation of everyday events. For instance, a developmental psychologist who watches children on a playground and describes what they say to each other while they play is conducting descriptive research, as is a biopsychologist who observes animals in their natural habitats. One example of observational research involves a systematic procedure known as the strange situation, used to get a picture of how adults and young children interact. The data that are collected in the strange situation are systematically coded in a coding sheet such as that shown in Table 2.3. Coder name, Olive. Coding categories. Episode proximity contact resistance avoidance. Mother and baby play. Alone. 1111. Mother puts baby down. 4111. Stranger enters room. 1231. Mother leaves room. 1311. Table 2.3 Sample coding form used to assess child's and mother's behavior in the strange situation. 54. Stranger plays with baby. Mother re-enters, greets and may comfort baby, then leaves again. 4212. Stranger tries to play with baby. 1311. Mother re-enters and picks up baby. 6612. Coding categories explained. Proximity. The baby moves toward, grasps, or climbs on the adult. Maintaining contact. The baby resists being put down by the adult by crying or trying to climb back up. Resistance. The baby pushes, hits, or squirms to be put down from the adult's arms. Avoidance. The baby turns away or moves away from the adult. This table represents a sample coding sheet from an episode of The Strange Situation, in which an infant, usually about 1 year old, is observed playing in a room with 2 adults, the child's mother and a stranger. Each of the 4 coding categories is scored by the coder from 1, the baby makes no effort to engage in the behavior, to 7, the baby makes a significant effort to engage. Table 2.3 Sample coding form used to assess child's and mother's behavior in the strange situation. 55. In the behavior. More information about the meaning of the coding can be found in Ainsworth, Blahar, Waters, and Wall. 1978, 16. Table 2.3 Sample coding form used to assess child's and mother's behavior in the strange situation. Source: Stanger, C. 2011. Research Methods for the Behavioral Sciences, 4th ed. Mountain View, CA, Cengage. The results of descriptive research projects are analyzed using descriptive statistics numbers that summarize the distribution of scores on a measured variable. Most variables have distributions similar to that shown in Figure 2.3, where most of the scores are located near the center of the distribution, and the distribution is symmetrical and bell-shaped. A data distribution that is shaped like a bell is known as a normal distribution. Student name, height in inches, family income in dollars. Lauren 60 to 48,000. Courtney 60 to 57,000. Leslie 63 93,000. Renee 60 for 107,000. Catherine 60 for 110,000. Jordan 65,93,000. Arabia 66,46,000. Alina 66,84,000. Youngsu 67,68,000. Martin 67,49,000. Table 2.4 Height and family income for 25 students. 16. Ainsworth, M.S., Blahar, M.C., Waters, E., and Wall, S. 1978. Patterns of Attachment, a Psychological Study of the Strange Situation. Hillsdale, N.J., Lawrence Earlbaum Associates. 56. Hanzu 67,73,000. Caitlin 67,3,800,000. Stephen 67,107,000. Emily 67,64,000. Amy 68,67,000. Jonathan 68,51,000. Julian 68,48,000. Alyssa 68,93,000. Christine 69,93,000. Candace 69,111,000. Zayahwa 69,56,000. Charlie 70,94,000. Timothy 71,73,000. Arian 70,70,000. Logan 70,44,000. Table 2.4 Height and family income for 25 students. 57. Figure 2.3 Height distribution. The distribution of the heights of the students in a class will form a normal distribution. In this sample the mean, m, equals 67.12 and the standard deviation, s, equal 2.74. A distribution can be described in terms of its central tendency, that is, the point in the distribution around which the data are centered, and its dispersion, or spread. The arithmetic average, or arithmetic mean, is the most commonly used measure of central tendency. It is computed by calculating the sum of all the scores of the variable and dividing this sum by the number of participants in the distribution, denoted by the letter n. In the data presented in Figure 2.3, the mean height of the students is 67.12 inches. The sample mean is usually indicated by the letter m. In some cases, however, the data distribution is not symmetrical. This occurs when there are one or more extreme scores, known as outliers, at one end of the distribution. Consider, for instance, the variable of family income, see Figure 2.4, which includes an outlier, a value of $3,800,000. In this case the mean is not a good measure of central tendency. Although it appears from Figure 2.4 that the central tendency of the family income variable should be around $70,000, the mean family income is actually $223,960. The single very extreme income has a disproportionate impact on the mean, resulting in a value that does not well represent the central tendency. The median is used as an alternative measure of central tendency when distributions are not symmetrical. The median is the score in the center of the distribution, meaning that 50% of the scores are greater than the median and 50% of the scores are less than the median. In our case, the median household income, $73,000, is a much better indication of central tendency than is the mean household income, $223,960. 58. Figure 2.4 Family income distribution. The distribution of family incomes is likely to be non-symmetrical, because some incomes can be very large in comparison to most incomes. In this case, the median or the mode is a better indicator of central tendency than is the mean. A final measure of central tendency, known as the mode, represents the value that occurs most frequently in the distribution. You can see from figure 2.4 that the mode for the family income variable is $93,000, it occurs 4 times. In addition to summarizing the central tendency of a distribution, descriptive statistics convey information about how the scores of the variable are spread around the central tendency. Dispersion refers to the extent to which the scores are all tightly clustered around the central tendency, like this. Figure 2.5 Example of dispersion. Or they may be more spread out away from it, like this. 59. Figure 2.6 Example of dispersion. One simple measure of dispersion is to find the largest, the maximum, and the smallest, the minimum, observed values of the variable, and to compute the range of the variable as the maximum observed score minus the minimum observed score. You can check that the range of the height variable in figure 2.3 is 72, 62 equal 10. The standard deviation, symbolized as S, is the most commonly used measure of dispersion. Distributions with a larger standard deviation have more spread. The standard deviation of the height variable is S equal 2.74, and the standard deviation of the family income variable is S equals $745,337. An advantage of descriptive research is that it attempts to capture the complexity of everyday behavior. Case studies provide detailed information about a single person or a small group of people. Surveys capture the thoughts or reported behaviors of a large population of people, and naturalistic observation objectively records the behavior of people or animals as it occurs naturally. Thus, descriptive research is used to provide a relatively complete understanding of what is currently happening. Despite these advantages, descriptive research has a distinct disadvantage in that, although it allows us to get an idea of what is currently happening, it is usually limited to static pictures. Although descriptions of particular experiences may be interesting, they are not always transferable to other individuals in other situations, nor do they tell us exactly why specific behaviors or events occurred. For instance, descriptions of individuals who have suffered a stressful event, such as a war or an earthquake, can be used to understand the individual's reactions to the event but cannot tell us anything about the long-term effects of the stress. And because there is no comparison group that did not experience the stressful situation, we cannot know what these individuals would be like if they hadn't had the stressful experience. 2.2.2 Correlational research, seeking relationships among variables. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In contrast to descriptive research, which is designed primarily to provide static pictures, correlational research involves the measurement of two or more relevant variables and an assessment of the relationship between or among those variables. For instance, the variables of height and weight are systematically correlated, because taller people generally weigh more than shorter people. In the same way, study time and memory errors are also related, because the more time a person is given to study a list of words, the fewer errors he or she will make. When there are 62 variables in the research design, one of them is called the predictor variable, and the other the outcome variable. The research design can be visualized like this, where the curved arrow represents the expected correlation between the two variables. Figure 2.7 The research design. One way of organizing the data from a correlational study with two variables is to graph the values of each of the measured variables using a scatter plot. As you can see in Figure 2.8, a scatter plot is a visual image of the relationship between two variables. A point is plotted for each individual at the intersection of his or her scores for the two variables. When the association between the variables on the scatter plot can be easily approximated with a straight line, as in parts A and B of Figure 2.8, the variables are said to have a linear relationship. When the straight line indicates that individuals who have above average values for one variable also tend to have above average values for the other variable, as in part A, the relationship is said to be positive linear. Examples of positive linear relationships include those between height and weight, between education and income, and between age and mathematical abilities in children. In each case, people who score higher on one of the variables also tend to score higher on the other variable. Negative linear relationships, in contrast, as shown in Part B, occur when above average values for one variable tend to be associated with below average values for the other variable. Examples of negative linear relationships include those between the age of a child and the number of diapers the child uses, and between practice on and errors made on a learning task. In these cases, people who score higher on one of the variables tend to score lower on the other variable. Relationships between variables that cannot be described with a straight line are known as nonlinear relationships. Part C of Figure 2.8 shows a common pattern in which the distribution of the points is essentially random. In this case, there is no relationship at all between the two variables, and they are said to be independent. Parts D and E of Figure 2.8 show patterns of association in which, although there is an association, the points are not well described by a single straight line. For instance, Part D shows the type of relationship that frequently occurs between anxiety and performance. Increases in anxiety from low to moderate levels are associated with performance increases, whereas increases in anxiety from moderate to high levels are associated with decreases in performance. Relationships that change in direction and thus are not described by a single straight line are called curvilinear relationships. 61. Figure 2.8 Examples of scatter plots. Some examples of relationships between two variables as shown in scatter plots. Note that the Pearson correlation coefficient, R, between variables that have curvilinear relationships will likely be close to 0. Source: adapted from Stanger, c. 2011. Research Methods for the Behavioral Sciences, 4th ed. Mountain View, ca. Cengage. The most common statistical measure of the strength of linear relationships among variables is the Pearson correlation coefficient, which is symbolized by the letter R. The value of the correlation coefficient ranges from R equal 100 to R equal plus 1.00. The direction of the linear relationship is indicated by the sign of the correlation coefficient. Positive values of R, such as R equal 0.54 or R equal 0.67, indicate that the relationship is positive linear, i.e., the pattern of the dots on the scatter plot runs from the lower left to the upper right, whereas negative values of R, such as R equal 30 or R equal 72, indicate negative linear relationships, i.e., the dots run from the upper left to the lower right. The strength of the linear relationship is indexed by the distance of the correlation coefficient from 0, its absolute value. For instance, R equal 54 is a stronger relationship than R equal 0.30, and R equal 0.72 is a stronger relationship than R equal 57. Because the Pearson correlation coefficient only measures linear relationships, variables that have curvilinear relationships are not well described by R, and the observed correlation will be close to 0. It is also possible to study relationships among more than two measures at the same time. A research design in which more than one predictor variable is used to predict a single outcome variable is analyzed through multiple regression, Aiken and West, 1991. 17 Multiple regression is a statistical technique, based on correlation coefficients among variables, that allows predicting a single outcome variable from more than one predictor variable. For instance, Figure 2.9 shows a multiple regression analysis in which three predictor variables are used to predict a single outcome. The use of multiple regression analysis shows an important advantage of correlational research. 17. Aiken, L., and West, S. 1991. Multiple regression, testing and interpreting interactions. Newbury Park, CA, Sage. 62. Designs. They can be used to make predictions about a person's likely score on an outcome variable, for example, job performance, based on knowledge of other variables. Figure 2.9 Prediction of job performance from three predictor variables. Multiple regression allows scientists to predict the scores on a single outcome variable using more than one predictor variable. An important limitation of correlational research designs is that they cannot be used to draw conclusions about the causal relationships among the measured variables. Consider, for instance, a researcher who has hypothesized that viewing violent behavior will cause increased aggressive play in children. He has collected, from a sample of 4th grade children, a measure of how many violent television shows each child views during the week, as well as a measure of how aggressively each child plays on the school playground. From his collected data, the researcher discovers a positive correlation between the two measured variables. Although this positive correlation appears to support the researcher's hypothesis, it cannot be taken to indicate that viewing violent television causes aggressive behavior. Although the researcher is tempted to assume that viewing violent television causes aggressive play, there are other possibilities. One alternate possibility is that the causal direction is exactly opposite from what has been hypothesized. Perhaps children who have behaved aggressively at school develop residual excitement that leads them to want to watch violent television shows at home. 63. Although this possibility may seem less likely, there is no way to rule out the possibility of such reverse causation on the basis of this observed correlation. It is also possible that both causal directions are operating and that the two variables cause each other. Still another possible explanation for the observed correlation is that it has been produced by the presence of a common causal variable, also known as a third variable. A common causal variable is a variable that is not part of the research hypothesis but that causes both the predictor and the outcome variable and thus produces the observed correlation between them. In our example, a potential common causal variable is the discipline style of the children's parents. Parents who use a harsh and punitive discipline style may produce children who both like to watch violent television and who behave aggressively in comparison to children whose parents use less harsh discipline. In this case, television viewing and aggressive play would be positively correlated, as indicated by the curved arrow between them, even though neither one caused the other, but they were both caused by the discipline style of the parents, the straight arrows. When the predictor and outcome variables are both caused by a common causal variable, the observed relationship between them is said to be spurious. A spurious relationship is a relationship between two variables in which a common causal variable produces and explains away the relationship. If effects of the common causal variable were taken away, or controlled for, the relationship between the predictor and outcome variables would disappear. In the example, the relationship between aggression and television viewing might be spurious because by controlling 64. For the effect of the parent's disciplining style, the relationship between television viewing and aggressive behavior might go away. Common causal variables in correlational research designs can be thought of as mystery variables because, as they have not been measured, their presence and identity are usually unknown to the researcher. since it is not possible to measure every variable that could cause both the predictor and outcome variables. The existence of an unknown common causal variable is always a possibility. For this reason, we are left with the basic limitation of correlational research. Correlation does not demonstrate causation. It is important that when you read about correlational research projects, you keep in mind the possibility of spurious relationships, and be sure to interpret the findings appropriately. Although correlational research is sometimes reported as demonstrating causality without any mention being made of the possibility of reverse causation or common causal variables, informed consumers of research, like you, are aware of these interpretational problems. In sum, correlational research designs have both strengths and limitations. 1. Strength is that they can be used when experimental research is not possible because the predictor variables cannot be manipulated. Correlational designs also have the advantage of allowing the researcher to study behavior as it occurs in everyday life. And we can also use correlational designs to make predictions, for instance, to predict from the scores on their battery of tests the success of job trainees during a training session. But we cannot use such correlational information to determine whether the training caused better job performance. For that, researchers rely on experiments. 2.2.3 Experimental research, understanding the causes of behavior. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The goal of experimental research design is to provide more definitive conclusions about the causal relationships among the variables in the research hypothesis than is available from correlational designs. In an experimental research design, the variables of interest are called the independent variable, or variables, and the dependent variable. The independent variable in an experiment is the causing variable that is created, manipulated, by the experimenter. The dependent variable in an experiment is a measured variable that is expected to be influenced by the experimental manipulation. The research hypothesis suggests that the manipulated independent variable or variables will cause changes in the measured dependent variables. We can diagram the research hypothesis by using an arrow that points in one direction. This demonstrates the expected direction of causality. 65. Research focus, video games and aggression. Consider an experiment conducted by Anderson and Dill, 2018. The study was designed to test the hypothesis that viewing violent video games would increase aggressive behavior. In this research, male and female undergraduates from Iowa State University were given a chance to play with either a violent video game, Wolfenstein 3D, or a nonviolent video game, Myst. During the experimental session, the participants played their assigned video games for 15 minutes. Then, after the play, each participant played a competitive game with an opponent in which the participant could deliver blasts of white noise through the earphones of the opponent. The operational definition of the dependent variable, aggressive behavior, was the level and duration of noise delivered to the opponent. The design of the experiment is shown in Figure 2.10. Figure 2.10 An experimental research design. Two advantages of the experimental research design are, 1. The assurance that the independent variable, also known as the experimental manipulation, occurs prior to the measured dependent variable, and 2. The creation of initial equivalence between the conditions of the experiment, in this case by using random assignment to conditions. Experimental designs have two very nice features. For one, they guarantee that the independent variable occurs prior to the measurement of the dependent variable. This eliminates the possibility of reverse causation. Second, the influence of common. 18. Anderson, C.A., and Dill, K.E. 2000. Video games and aggressive thoughts, feelings, and behavior in the laboratory and in life. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 78, 4, 772-790. 66. Causal variables is controlled, and thus eliminated, by creating initial equivalence among the participants in each of the experimental conditions before the manipulation occurs. The most common method of creating equivalence among the experimental conditions is through random assignment to conditions, a procedure in which the condition that each participant is assigned to is determined through a random process, such as drawing numbers out of an envelope or using a random number table. Anderson and Dill first randomly assigned about 100 participants to each of their two groups, Group A and Group B. Because they used random assignment to conditions, they could be confident that, before the experimental manipulation occurred, the students in Group A were, on average, equivalent to the students in Group B on every possible variable, including variables that are likely to be related to aggression, such as parental discipline style, peer relationships, hormone levels, diet, and in fact everything else. Then, after they had created initial equivalence, Anderson and Dill created the experimental manipulation. They had the participants in Group A play the violent game and the participants in Group B play the nonviolent game. Then they compared the dependent variable, the white noise blasts, between the two groups, finding that the students who had viewed the violent video game gave significantly longer noise blasts than did the students who had played the nonviolent game. Anderson and Dill had from the outset created initial equivalence between the groups. This initial equivalence allowed them to observe differences in the white noise levels between the two groups after the experimental manipulation, leading to the conclusion that it was the independent variable, and not some other variable, that caused these differences. The idea is that the only thing that was different between the students in the two groups was the video game they had played. Despite the advantage of determining causation, experiments do have limitations. One is that they are often conducted in laboratory situations rather than in the everyday lives of people. Therefore, we do not know whether results that we find in a laboratory setting will necessarily hold up in everyday life. Second, and more important, is that some of the most interesting and key social variables cannot be experimentally manipulated. If we want to study the influence of the size of a mob on the destructiveness of its behavior, or to compare the personality characteristics of people who join suicide cults with those of people who do not join such cults, these relationships must be assessed using correlational designs, because it is simply not possible to experimentally manipulate these variables. 67. Key takeaways. Descriptive, correlational, and experimental research designs are used to collect and analyze data. Descriptive designs include case studies, surveys, and naturalistic observation. The goal of these designs is to get a picture of the current thoughts, feelings, or behaviors in a given group of people. Descriptive research is summarized using descriptive statistics. Correlational research designs measure two or more relevant variables and assess a relationship between or among them. The variables may be presented on a scatter plot to visually show the relationships. The Pearson correlation coefficient, R, is a measure of the strength of linear relationship between two variables. Common causal variables may cause both the predictor and outcome variable in a correlational design, producing a spurious relationship. The possibility of common causal variables makes it impossible to draw causal conclusions from correlational research designs. Experimental research involves the manipulation of an independent variable and the measurement of a dependent variable. Random assignment to conditions is normally used to create initial equivalence between the groups, allowing researchers to draw causal conclusions. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. There is a negative correlation between the row that a student sits in a large class, when the rows are numbered from front to back, and his or her final grade in the class. Do you think this represents a causal relationship or a spurious relationship, and why? 2. Think of two variables, other than those mentioned in this book, that are likely to be correlated, but in which the correlation is probably spurious. What is the likely common causal variable that is producing the relationship? 3. Imagine a researcher wants to test the hypothesis that participating in psychotherapy will cause a decrease in reported anxiety. Describe the type of research design the investigator might use to draw this conclusion. What would be the independent and dependent variables in the research? 68. 2.3 You can be an informed consumer of psychological research. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Outline the 4 potential threats to the validity of research and discuss how they may make it difficult to accurately interpret research findings. 2. Describe how confounding may reduce the internal validity of an experiment. 3. Explain how generalization, replication, and meta-analyses are used to assess the external validity of research findings. Good research is valid research. When research is valid, the conclusions drawn by the researcher are legitimate. For instance, if a researcher concludes that participating in psychotherapy reduces anxiety, or that taller people are smarter than shorter people, the research is valid only if the therapy really works or if taller people really are smarter. Unfortunately, there are many threats to the validity of research, and these threats may sometimes lead to unwarranted conclusions. Often, and despite researchers' best intentions, some of the research reported on websites as well as in newspapers, magazines, and even scientific journals is invalid. Validity is not an all or nothing proposition, which means that some research is more valid than other research. Only by understanding the potential threats to validity will you be able to make knowledgeable decisions about the conclusions that can or cannot be drawn from a research project. There are 4 major types of threats to the validity of research, and informed consumers of research are aware of each type. Threats to the validity of research. 1. Threats to construct validity. Although it is claimed that the measured variables measure the conceptual variables of interest, they actually may not. 2. Threats to statistical conclusion validity. Conclusions regarding the research may be incorrect because no statistical tests were made or because the statistical tests were incorrectly interpreted. 3. Threats to internal validity. Although it is claimed that the independent variable caused the dependent variable, the dependent variable actually may have been caused by a confounding variable. 4. Threats to external validity. Although it is claimed that the results are more general, the observed effects may actually only be found 69 under limited conditions or for specific groups of people. Stanger, 2011, 19. One threat to valid research occurs when there is a threat to construct validity. Construct validity refers to the extent to which the variables used in the research adequately assess the conceptual variables they were designed to measure. 1. Requirement for construct validity is that the measure be reliable, where reliability refers to the consistency of a measured variable. A bathroom scale is usually reliable, because if we step on and off it a couple of times, the scale will consistently measure the same weight every time. Other measures, including some psychological tests, may be less reliable, and thus less useful. Normally, we can assume that the researchers have done their best to assure the construct validity of their measures, but it is not inappropriate for you, as an informed consumer of research, to question this. It is always important to remember that the ability to learn about the relationship between the conceptual variables in a research hypothesis is dependent on the operational definitions of the measured variables. If the measures do not really measure the conceptual variables that they are designed to assess, for example, if a supposed IQ test does not really measure intelligence, then they cannot be used to draw inferences about the relationship between the conceptual variables. Nunnally, 1978. 20. The statistical methods that scientists use to test their research hypotheses are based on probability estimates. You will see statements in research reports indicating that the results were statistically significant or not statistically significant. These statements will be accompanied by statistical tests, often including statements such as P005 or about confidence intervals. These statements describe the statistical significance of the data that have been collected. Statistical significance refers to the confidence with which a scientist can conclude that data are not due to chance or random error. When a researcher concludes that a result is statistically significant, he or she has determined that the observed data was very unlikely to have been caused by chance factors alone. Hence, there is likely a real relationship between or among the variables in the research design. Otherwise, the researcher concludes that the results were not statistically significant. Statistical conclusion validity refers to the extent to which we can be certain that the researcher has drawn accurate conclusions about the statistical significance of the research. Research will be invalid if the conclusions made about the research hypothesis are incorrect because statistical inferences about the collected data are in error. These errors can occur either because the scientist inappropriately infers that the data do support the research hypothesis when in fact they are due to chance, or when the researcher mistakenly fails to find support for the research hypothesis. Normally, we can assume that the researchers have done their best to ensure the statistical conclusion validity of a research design, but we must always keep in mind that inferences about data are probabilistic and never certain. This is why research never proves a theory. 19. Stanger, c. 2011. Research Methods for the Behavioral Sciences, 4th ed. Mountain View, ca. Cengage. 20. Nunnally, J.C. 1978. Piezometric Theory. New York, New York, McGraw-Hill. 70. Internal validity refers to the extent to which we can trust the conclusions that have been drawn about the causal relationship between the independent and dependent variables. Campbell and Stanley, 1963. 21. Internal validity applies primarily to experimental research designs, in which the researcher hopes to conclude that the independent variable has caused the dependent variable. Internal validity is maximized when the research is free from the presence of confounding variables other than the independent variable on which the participants in one experimental condition differ systematically from those in other conditions. Consider an experiment in which a researcher tested the hypothesis that drinking alcohol makes members of the opposite sex look more attractive. participants older than 21 years of age were randomly assigned either to drink orange juice mixed with vodka or to drink orange juice alone. To eliminate the need for deception, the participants were told whether or not their drinks contained vodka. After enough time had passed for the alcohol to take effect, the participants were asked to rate the attractiveness of pictures of members of the opposite sex. The results of the experiment showed that, as predicted, the participants who drank the vodka rated the photos as significantly more attractive. If you think about this experiment for a minute, it may occur to you that although the researcher wanted to draw the conclusion that the alcohol caused the differences in perceived attractiveness, the expectation of having consumed alcohol is confounded with the presence of alcohol. That is, the people who drank alcohol also knew they drank alcohol, and those who did not drink alcohol knew they did not. It is possible that simply knowing that they were drinking alcohol, rather than the effect of the alcohol itself, may have caused the differences. See Figure 2.11. One solution to the problem of potential expectancy effects is to tell both groups that they are drinking orange juice and vodka but really give alcohol to only half of the participants. It is possible to do this because vodka has very little smell or taste. If differences in perceived attractiveness are found, the experimenter could then confidently attribute them to the alcohol rather than to the expectancies about having consumed alcohol. 21. Campbell, D.T., and Stanley, J.C. 1963. Experimental and Quasi-Experimental Designs for Research. Chicago, Rand. McNally. 71. Figure 2.11 An example of confounding. Confounding occurs when a variable that is not part of the research hypothesis is mixed up, or confounded with, the variable in the research hypothesis. In the bottom panel, alcohol consumed and alcohol expectancy are confounded, but in the top panel, they are separate, independent. Confounding makes it impossible to be sure that the independent variable, rather than the confounding variable, caused the dependent variable. Another threat to internal validity can occur when the experimenter knows the research hypothesis and also knows which experimental condition the participants are in. The outcome is the potential for experimenter bias, a situation in which the experimenter subtly treats the research participants in the various experimental conditions differently, resulting in an invalid confirmation of the research hypothesis. In one study demonstrating experimenter bias, Rosenthal and Fode, 1963, 22 sent 12 students. 22. Rosenthal, R., and Fode, K.L. 1963. The effect of experimenter bias on the performance of the albino rat. Behavioral Science, 8, 183-189. 72. To test a research hypothesis concerning maze learning in rats. Although it was not initially revealed to the students, they were actually the participants in an experiment. 6 of the students were randomly told that the rats they would be testing had been bred to be highly intelligent, whereas the other 6 students were led to believe that the rats had been bred to be unintelligent. In reality, there were no differences among the rats given to the 2 groups of students. When the students returned with their data, a startling result emerged. The rats run by students who expected them to be intelligent showed significantly better maze learning than the rats run by students who expected them to be unintelligent. Somehow the students' expectations influenced their data. They evidently did something different when they tested the rats, perhaps subtly changing how they timed the maze running or how they treated the rats. And this experimenter bias probably occurred entirely out of their awareness. To avoid experimenter bias, researchers frequently run experiments in which the researchers are blind to condition. This means that although the experimenters know the research hypotheses, they do not know which conditions the participants are assigned to. Experimenter bias cannot occur if the researcher is blind to condition. In a double-blind experiment, both the researcher and the research participants are blind to condition. For instance, in a double-blind trial of a drug, the researcher does not know whether the drug being given is the real drug or the ineffective placebo, and the patients also do not know which they are getting. Double-blind experiments eliminate the potential for experimenter effects and at the same time eliminate participant expectancy effects. While internal validity refers to conclusions drawn about events that occurred within the experiment, external validity refers to the extent to which the results of a research design can be generalized beyond the specific way the original experiment was conducted. Generalization refers to the extent to which relationships among conceptual variables can be demonstrated in a wide variety of people and a wide variety of manipulated or measured variables. Psychologists who use college students as participants in their research may be concerned about generalization, wondering if their research will generalize to people who are not college students. And researchers who study the behaviors of employees in one company may wonder whether the same findings would translate to other companies. Whenever there is reason to suspect that a result found for one sample of participants would not hold up for another sample, then research may be conducted with these other populations to test for generalization. Recently, many psychologists have been interested in testing hypotheses about the extent to which a result will replicate across people from different cultures. Heine. 2010, 23. For instance, a researcher might test whether the effects on aggression of viewing violent video games are the same for Japanese children as they are for American children by showing violent and nonviolent films to a sample of both Japanese and American school children. If the results are the same in both cultures, then we say that the results have generalized, but if they are different, then we have learned a limiting condition of the effect. See Figure 2.12. 23. Heine, S.J. 2010. Cultural Psychology. In S.T. Fisk, D.T. Gilbert, and G. Lindsay, eds. Handbook of Social Psychology, 5th ed., Volume 2, pages 1423-1464. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley & Sons. 73. Figure 2.12 A cross-cultural replication. In a cross-cultural replication, external validity is observed if the same effects that have been found in one culture are replicated in another culture. If they are not replicated in the new culture, then a limiting condition of the original results is found. Unless the researcher has a specific reason to believe that generalization will not hold, it is appropriate to assume that a result found in one population, even if that population is college students, will generalize to other populations. Because the investigator can never demonstrate that the research results generalize to all populations, it is not expected that the researcher will attempt to do so. Rather, the burden of proof rests on those who claim that a result will not generalize. Because any single test of a research hypothesis will always be limited in terms of what it can show, important advances in science are never the result of a single research project. Advances occur through the accumulation of knowledge that comes from many different tests of the same theory or research hypothesis. These tests are conducted by different researchers using different research designs, participants, and operationalizations of the independent and dependent variables. The process of repeating previous research, which forms the basis of all scientific inquiry, is known as replication. Scientists often use a procedure known as meta-analysis to summarize replications of research findings. A meta-analysis is a statistical technique that uses the results of existing studies to integrate and draw conclusions about those studies. Because meta-analyses provide so much information, they are very popular and useful ways of summarizing research literature. 74. A meta-analysis provides a relatively objective method of reviewing research findings. Because it, 1. specifies inclusion criteria that indicate exactly which studies will or will not be included in the analysis, 2. systematically searches for all studies that meet the inclusion criteria, and 3. provides an objective measure of the strength of observed relationships. Frequently, the researchers also include, if they can find them, studies that have not been published in journals. Psychology in everyday life, critically evaluating the validity of websites. The validity of research reports published in scientific journals is likely to be high because the hypotheses, methods, results, and conclusions of the research have been rigorously evaluated by other scientists, through peer review, before the research was published. For this reason, you will want to use peer-reviewed journal articles as your major source of information about psychological research. Although research articles are the gold standard for validity, you may also need and desire to get at least some information from other sources. The Internet is a vast source of information from which you can learn about almost anything, including psychology. Search engines such as Google or Yahoo bring hundreds or thousands of hits on a topic, and online encyclopedias, such as Wikipedia, Provide articles about relevant topics. Although you will naturally use the web to help you find information about fields such as psychology, you must also realize that it is important to carefully evaluate the validity of the information you get from the web. You must try to distinguish information that is based on empirical research from information that is based on opinion, and between valid and invalid data. The following material may be helpful to you in learning to make these distinctions. The techniques for evaluating the validity of websites are similar to those that are applied to evaluating any other source of information. Ask first about the source of the information. Is the domain a com, business, gov, government, or org, nonprofit, entity? This information can help you determine the authors, or organization's purpose in publishing the website. Try to determine where the information is coming from. Is the data being summarized from objective sources, such as journal articles or academic or government agencies? Does it seem that the author is interpreting the information as objectively as possible, or is the data being interpreted to support a particular point of view? Consider what groups, individuals, and political or commercial interests stand to gain from the site. Is the website potentially part of an advocacy group whose web pages reflect the particular positions of the group? Material from any group's site may be useful, but try to be aware of the group's purposes and potential biases. 75. Also, ask whether or not the authors themselves appear to be a trustworthy source of information. Do they hold positions in an academic institution? Do they have peer-reviewed publications in scientific journals? Many useful web pages appear as part of organizational sites and reflect the work of that organization. You can be more certain of the validity of the information if it is sponsored by a professional organization, such as the American Psychological Association or the American Psychological Society. Try to check on the accuracy of the material and discern whether the sources of information seem current. Is the information cited such that you can read it in its original form? Reputable websites will probably link to other reputable sources, such as journal articles and scholarly books. Try to check the accuracy of the information by reading at least some of these sources yourself. It is fair to say that all authors, researchers, and organizations have at least some bias, and that the information from any site can be invalid. But good material attempts to be fair by acknowledging other possible positions, interpretations, or conclusions. A critical examination of the nature of the websites you browse for information will help you determine if the information is valid and will give you more confidence in the information you take from it. Key takeaways. Research is said to be valid when the conclusions drawn by the researcher are legitimate. Because all research has the potential to be invalid, no research ever proves a theory or research hypothesis. Construct validity. statistical conclusion validity, internal validity, and external validity are all types of validity that people who read and interpret research need to be aware of. Construct validity refers to the assurance that the measured variables adequately measure the conceptual variables. Statistical conclusion validity refers to the assurance that inferences about statistical significance are appropriate. Internal validity refers to the assurance that the independent variable has caused the dependent variable. Internal validity is greater when confounding variables are reduced or eliminated. External validity is greater when effects can be replicated across different manipulations, measures, and populations. Scientists use meta-analyses to better understand the external validity of research. 76. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. The Pepsi-Cola Corporation, now PepsiCo Incorporated, conducted the Pepsi Challenge by randomly assigning individuals to taste either a Pepsi or a Coke. The researchers labeled the glasses with only an M for Pepsi or a Q for Coke, and asked the participants to rate how much they liked the beverage. The research showed that subjects overwhelmingly preferred glass M over glass Q, and the researchers concluded that Pepsi was preferred to Coke. Can you tell what confounding variable is present in this research design? How would you redesign the research to eliminate the confound? 2. Locate a research report of a meta-analysis. Determine the criteria that were used to select the studies and report on the findings of the research. 2.4 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychologists study the behavior of both humans and animals in order to understand and improve the quality of human lives. Psychological research may be either basic or applied in orientation. Basic research and applied research inform each other, and advances in science occur more rapidly when both types of research are conducted. The results of psychological research are reported primarily in research reports in scientific journals. These research reports have been evaluated, critiqued, and improved by other scientists through the process of peer review. The methods used by scientists have developed over many years and provide a common framework through which information can be collected, organized, and shared. The scientific method is the set of assumptions, rules, and procedures that scientists use to conduct research. In addition to requiring that science be empirical, the scientific method demands that the procedures used be objective, or free from personal bias. Scientific findings are organized by theories, which are used to summarize and make new predictions, but theories are usually framed too broadly to be tested in a single experiment. Therefore, scientists normally use the research hypothesis as a basis for their research. Scientists use operational definitions to turn the ideas of interest conceptual. variables into measured variables. Decisions about whether psychological research using human and animals is ethical are made using established ethical codes developed by scientific organizations and on. 77. The basis of judgments made by the local institutional review board. These decisions are made through a cost-benefit analysis, in which the costs are compared to the benefits. If the potential costs of the research appear to outweigh any potential benefits that might come from it, then the research should not proceed. Descriptive research is designed to provide a snapshot of the current state of affairs. Descriptive research allows the development of questions for further study but does not assess relationships among variables. The results of descriptive research projects are analyzed using descriptive statistics. Correlational research assesses the relationships between and among two or more variables. It allows making predictions but cannot be used to draw inferences about the causal relationships between and among the variables. Linear relationships between variables are normally analyzed using the Pearson correlation coefficient. The goal of experimental research is to assess the causal impact of one or more experimental manipulations on a dependent variable. Because experimental research creates initial equivalence among the participants in the different experimental conditions, it allows drawing conclusions about the causal relationships among variables. Experimental designs are not always possible because many important variables cannot be experimentally manipulated. Because all research has the potential for invalidity, research never proves a theory or hypothesis. Threats to construct validity involve potential inaccuracies in the measurement of the conceptual variables. Threats to statistical conclusion validity involve potential inaccuracies in the statistical testing of the relationships among variables. Threats to internal validity involve potential inaccuracies in assumptions about the causal role of the independent variable on the dependent variable. Threats to external validity involve potential inaccuracy regarding the generality of observed findings. Informed consumers of research are aware of the strengths of research but are also aware of its potential limitations. 78. Chapter 3 Brains, Bodies, and Behavior. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Did a neurological disorder cause a musician to compose Bolero and an artist to paint it 66 years later? In 1986, Anne Adams was working as a cell biologist at the University of Toronto in Ontario, Canada. She took a leave of absence from her work to care for a sick child, and while she was away, she completely changed her interests, dropping biology entirely and turning her attention to art. In 1994 she completed her painting Unraveling Bolero, a translation of Maurice Ravel's famous orchestral piece onto canvas. This artwork is filled with themes of repetition. Each bar of music is represented by a lacy vertical figure, with the height representing volume, the shape representing note quality, and the color representing the music's pitch. Like Ravel's music, see the video below, which is a hypnotic melody consisting of 2 melodial themes repeated 8 times over 340 musical bars. The theme in the painting repeats and builds, leading to a dramatic change in color. From blue to orange and pink, a representation of Bolero's sudden and dramatic climax. Shortly after finishing the painting, Adams began to experience behavioral problems, including increased difficulty speaking. Neuroimages of Adams's brain taken during this time show that regions in the front part of her brain, which are normally associated with language processing, had begun to deteriorate, while at the same time, regions of the brain responsible for the integration of information from the 5 senses were unusually well developed. Seeley et Alabama, 2008. 1. The deterioration of the frontal cortex is a symptom of frontotemporal dementia, a disease that is associated with changes in artistic and musical tastes and skills. Miller, Boone, Cummings, Reed, and Mishkin, 2002, as well as with an increase in Indiana repetitive behaviors. Aldhus, 2008. 3. What Adams did not know at the time was that her brain may have been undergoing the same changes that Ravel's had undergone. 66. 1. Seeley, W. W., Matthews, B. R., Crawford, R. K., Gorno-Tempany, M. L., Foddy, D., Mackenzie, I. R., and Miller, B. L. 2008. Unraveling Bolero, Progressive Aphasia, Transmodal Creativity and the Right Posterior Neocortex. Brain, 131, 1, 39, 49. 2. Miller, B. L., Boone, K., Cummings, J. L., Reed, S. L., and Mishkin, F. 2000. Functional correlates of musical and visual ability in frontotemporal dementia. British Journal of Psychiatry, 176, 458, 463. 3. Aldhus, P. 2008, April 7. Bolero, Beautiful Symptom of a Terrible Disease. New Scientist. Retrieved from 79 years earlier. In fact, it appears that Ravel may have suffered from the same neurological disorder. Ravel composed Bolero at age 53, when he himself was beginning to show behavioral symptoms that were interfering with his ability to move and speak. Scientists have concluded, based on an analysis of his written notes and letters, that Ravel was also experiencing the effects of frontotemporal dementia. Ahmad Uksi, Grassi, and Bowler. 2002. For if Adams and Ravel were both affected by the same disease, this could explain why they both became fascinated with the repetitive aspects of their arts, and it would present a remarkable example of the influence of our brains on behavior. Every behavior begins with biology. Our behaviors, as well as our thoughts and feelings, are produced by the actions of our brains, nerves, muscles, and glands. In This chapter we will begin our journey into the world of psychology by considering the biological makeup of the human being, including the most remarkable of human organs, the brain. We'll consider the structure of the brain and also the methods that psychologists use to study the brain and to understand how it works. We will see that the body is controlled by an information highway known as the nervous system, a collection of hundreds of billions of specialized and interconnected cells through which messages are sent between the brain and the rest of the body. The nervous system consists of the central nervous system, CNS, made up of the brain and the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system, PNS, the neurons that link the CNS to our skin, muscles, and glands. And we will see that our behavior is also influenced in large part by the endocrine system, the chemical regulator of the body, that consists of glands that secrete hormones. Although this chapter begins at a very low level of explanation, and although the topic of study may seem at first to be far from the everyday behaviors that we all engage in, a full understanding of the biology underlying psychological processes is an important cornerstone of your new understanding of psychology. We will consider throughout the chapter how our biology influences important human behaviors, including our mental and physical health, our reactions to drugs, as well as our aggressive responses and our perceptions of other people. This chapter is particularly important for contemporary psychology because the ability to measure biological aspects of behavior, including the structure and function of the human brain, is progressing rapidly, and understanding the biological foundations of behavior is an increasingly important line of psychological study. 4. Ahmad Uxi, L., Grassi, E., and Bowler, F. 2002. Maurice Ravel and Right Hemisphere Musical Creativity, Influence of Disease on His Last Musical Works. European Journal of Neurology, 9, 1, 75, 82. 80. 3.1 The neuron is the building block of the nervous system. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe the structure and functions of the neuron. 2. Draw a diagram of the pathways of communication within and between neurons. 3. List 3 of the major neurotransmitters and describe their functions. The nervous system is composed of more than 100 billion cells known as neurons. A neuron is a cell in the nervous system whose function it is to receive and transmit information. As you can see in Figure 3.1, neurons are made up of 3 major parts: a cell body, or soma, which contains the nucleus of the cell and keeps the cell alive, a branching tree-like fiber known as the dendrite, which collects information from other cells and sends the information to the soma, and a long, segmented fiber known as the axon, which transmits information away from the cell body toward other neurons, or to the muscles and glands. Figure 3.1 Components of the neuron. Some neurons have hundreds or even thousands of dendrites, and these dendrites may themselves be branched to allow the cell to receive information from thousands of other cells. The axons are also specialized, and some, such as those that send messages from the spinal cord to the muscles in the hands or feet, may be very 81 long, even up to several feet in length. To improve the speed of their communication, and to keep their electrical charges from shorting out with other neurons, axons are often surrounded by a myelin sheath. The myelin sheath is a layer of fatty tissue surrounding the axon of a neuron that both acts as an insulator and allows faster transmission of the electrical signal. Axons branch out toward their ends, and at the tip of each branch is a terminal button. 3.1.1 Neurons communicate using electricity and chemicals. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The nervous system operates using an electrochemical process. See video clip, The Electrochemical Action of the Neuron, page 82. An electrical charge moves through the neuron itself, and chemicals are used to transmit information between neurons. Within the neuron, when a signal is received by the dendrites, is it transmitted to the soma in the form of an electrical signal, and, if the signal is strong enough, it may then be passed on to the axon and then to the terminal buttons. If the signal reaches the terminal buttons, they are signaled to emit chemicals known as neurotransmitters, which communicate with other neurons across the spaces between the cells, known as synapses. Video clip, The Electrochemical Action of the Neuron. This video clip shows a model of the electrochemical action of the neuron and neurotransmitters. The electrical signal moves through the neuron as a result of changes in the electrical charge of the axon. Normally, the axon remains in the resting potential, a state in which the interior of the neuron contains a greater number of negatively charged ions than does the area outside the cell. When the segment of the axon that is closest to the cell body is stimulated by an electrical signal from the dendrites, and if this electrical signal is strong enough that it passes a certain level or threshold, the cell membrane in this first segment opens its gates, allowing positively charged sodium ions that were previously kept out to enter. This change in electrical charge that occurs in a neuron when a nerve impulse is transmitted is known as the action potential. Once the action potential occurs, the number of positive ions exceeds the number of negative ions in this segment, and the segment temporarily becomes positively charged. As you can see in Figure 3.2, the axon is segmented by a series of breaks between the sausage-like segments of the myelin sheath. Each of these gaps is a node of Ranvier. The electrical charge moves down the axon from segment to segment, in a set of small jumps, moving from node to node. When the action potential occurs in the first segment of the axon, it quickly creates a similar change in the next segment, which then stimulates the next segment, and so forth as the positive electrical impulse continues all the way down to the end of the axon. As each new segment becomes positive, the membrane in the prior segment closes up again, and the segment returns to its negative resting potential. In this way the action potential is transmitted. 82. Along the axon, toward the terminal buttons. The entire response along the length of the axon is very fast. It can happen up to 1000 times each second. Figure 3.2 The myelin sheath and the nodes of Ranvier. The myelin sheath wraps around the axon but also leaves small gaps called the nodes of Ranvier. The action potential jumps from node to node as it travels down the axon. An important aspect of the action potential is that it operates in an all-or-nothing manner. What this means is that the neuron either fires completely, such that the action potential moves all the way down the axon, or it does not fire at all. Thus, neurons can provide more energy to the neurons down the line by firing faster but not by firing more strongly. Furthermore, the neuron is prevented from repeated firing by the presence of a refractory period, a brief time after the firing of the axon in which the axon cannot fire again because the neuron has not yet returned to its resting potential. 3.1.2 Neurotransmitters, the body's chemical messengers. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Not only do the neural signals travel via electrical charges within the neuron, but they also travel via chemical transmission between the neurons. Neurons are separated by junction areas known as synapses, areas where the terminal buttons at the end of the axon of one neuron nearly, but don't quite, touch the dendrites of another. The synapses provide a remarkable function because they allow each axon to communicate with many dendrites in neighboring cells. Because a neuron may have synaptic connections with thousands of other neurons, the communication links among the neurons in the nervous system allow for a highly sophisticated communication system. When the electrical impulse from the action potential reaches the end of the axon, it signals the terminal buttons to release neurotransmitters into the synapse. A neurotransmitter is a chemical that relays signals across the synapses between neurons. Neurotransmitters travel across the synaptic space between the terminal button of one neuron and the dendrites of other neurons, where they bind to the dendrites in the neighboring neurons. Furthermore, different terminal buttons release different neurotransmitters, and different dendrites are particularly sensitive to different neurotransmitters. The dendrites will emit the neurotransmitters only if they are the right shape to fit in the receptor sites on the receiving neuron. For this 83 reason, the receptor sites and neurotransmitters are often compared to a lock and key. Figure 3.3. Figure 3.3 The synapse. When the nerve impulse reaches the terminal button, it triggers the release of neurotransmitters into the synapse. The neurotransmitters fit into receptors on the receiving dendrites in the manner of a lock and key. When neurotransmitters are accepted by the receptors on the receiving neurons, their effect may be either excitatory, i.e., they make the cell more likely to fire, or inhibitory, i.e., they make the cell less likely to fire. Furthermore, if the receiving neuron is able to accept more than one neurotransmitter, then it will be influenced by the excitatory and inhibitory processes of each. If the excitatory effects of the neurotransmitters are greater than the inhibitory influences of the neurotransmitters, the neuron moves closer to its firing threshold, and if it reaches the threshold, the action potential and the process of transferring information through the neuron begins. Neurotransmitters that are not accepted by the receptor sites must be removed from the synapse in order for the next potential stimulation of the neuron to happen. This 84 process occurs in part through the breaking down of the neurotransmitters by enzymes, and in part through reuptake, a process in which neurotransmitters that are in the synapse are reabsorbed into the transmitting terminal buttons, ready to again be released after the neuron fires. More than 100 chemical substances produced in the body have been identified as neurotransmitters, and these substances have a wide and profound effect on emotion, cognition, and behavior. Neurotransmitters regulate our appetite, our memory, our emotions, as well as our muscle action and movement. And as you can see in Table 3.1, some neurotransmitters are also associated with psychological and physical diseases. Drugs that we might ingest either for medical reasons or recreationally can act like neurotransmitters to influence our thoughts, feelings, and behavior. An agonist is a drug that has chemical properties similar to a particular neurotransmitter and thus mimics the effects of the neurotransmitter. When an agonist is ingested, it binds to the receptor sites in the dendrites to excite the neuron, acting as if more of the neurotransmitter had been present. As an example, cocaine is an agonist for the neurotransmitter dopamine. Because dopamine produces feelings of pleasure when it is released by neurons, cocaine creates similar feelings when it is ingested. An antagonist is a drug that reduces or stops the normal effects of a neurotransmitter. When an antagonist is ingested, it binds to the receptor sites in the dendrite, thereby blocking the neurotransmitter. As an example, the poison curare is an antagonist for the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. When the poison enters the brain, it binds to the dendrites, stops communication among the neurons, and usually causes death. Still, other drugs work by blocking the reuptake of the neurotransmitter itself. When reuptake is reduced by the drug, more neurotransmitter remains in the synapse, increasing its action. Neurotransmitter description and function. Notes: acetylcholine, ACH, a common neurotransmitter used in the spinal cord and motor neurons to stimulate muscle contractions. It's also used in the brain to regulate memory, sleeping, and dreaming. Alzheimer's disease is associated with an undersupply of acetylcholine. Nicotine is an agonist that acts like acetylcholine. Table 3.1 The major neurotransmitters and their functions. 85. Dopamine. Involved in movement, motivation, and emotion. Dopamine produces feelings of pleasure when released by the brain's reward system, and it's also involved in learning. Schizophrenia is linked to increases in dopamine, whereas Parkinson's disease is linked to reductions in dopamine, and dopamine agonists may be used to treat it. Endorphins, released in response to behaviors such as vigorous exercise, orgasm, and eating spicy foods. Endorphins are natural pain relievers. They are related to the compounds found in drugs such as opium, morphine, and heroin. The release of endorphins creates the runner's high that is experienced after intense physical exertion. GABA, gamma aminobutyric acid, the major inhibitory neurotransmitter in the brain. A lack of GABA can lead to involuntary motor actions, including tremors and seizures. Alcohol stimulates the release of GABA, which inhibits the nervous system and makes us feel drunk. Low levels of GABA can produce anxiety, and GABA agonists, tranquilizers, are used to reduce anxiety. Table 3.1 The major neurotransmitters and their functions. 86. Glutamate. The most common neurotransmitter. It's released in more than 90% of the brain's synapses. Glutamate is found in the food additive message. Monosodium glutamate. Excess glutamate can cause overstimulation, migraines, and seizures. Serotonin, involved in many functions, including mood, appetite, sleep, and aggression. Low levels of serotonin are associated with depression, and some drugs designed to treat depression, known as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, serve to prevent their reuptake. Table 3.1 The major neurotransmitters and their functions. Key takeaways. The central nervous system, CNS, is the collection of neurons that make up the brain and the spinal cord. The peripheral nervous system, PNS, is the collection of neurons that link the CNS to our skin, muscles, and glands. Neurons are specialized cells, found in the nervous system, which transmit information. Neurons contain a dendrite, a soma, and an axon. Some axons are covered with a fatty substance known as the myelin sheath, which surrounds the axon, acting as an insulator, and allowing faster transmission of the electrical signal. The dendrite is a tree-like extension that receives information from other neurons and transmits electrical stimulation to the soma. 87. The axon is an elongated fiber that transfers information from the soma to the terminal buttons. Neurotransmitters relay information chemically from the terminal buttons and across the synapses to the receiving dendrites using a type of lock and key system. The many different neurotransmitters work together to influence cognition, memory, and behavior. Agonists are drugs that mimic the actions of neurotransmitters, whereas antagonists are drugs that block the action of neurotransmitters. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Draw a picture of a neuron and label its main parts. 2. Imagine an action that you engage in every day and explain how neurons and neurotransmitters might work together to help you engage in that action. 3.2 Our brains control our thoughts, feelings, and behavior. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Describe the structures and function of the old brain and its influence on behavior. 2. Explain the structure of the cerebral cortex, its hemispheres and lobes, and the function of each area of the cortex. 3. Define the concepts of brain plasticity, neurogenesis, and brain lateralization. If you were someone who understood brain anatomy and were to look at the brain of an animal that you had never seen before, you would nevertheless be able to deduce the likely capacities of the animal. This is because the brains of all animals are very similar in overall form. In each animal the brain is layered, and the basic structures of the brain are similar, see Figure 3.4. The innermost structures of the brain, the parts nearest the spinal cord, are the oldest part of the brain, and these areas carry out the functions they did for our distant ancestors. The old brain regulates basic survival functions, such as breathing, moving, resting, and feeding, and creates our experiences of emotion. Mammals, including humans, have developed further brain layers that provide more advanced functions, for instance, better memory, more 88 sophisticated social interactions, and the ability to experience emotions. Humans have a very large and highly developed outer layer known as the cerebral cortex, see Figure 3.5, which makes us particularly adept at these processes. Figure 3.4 The major structures in the human brain. The major brain parts are colored and labeled. Images of the brain. medical, science and nature things, photography and digital. Imagery by Scott Kamazine, http://scottkamazine.com/photos/brain/pages. 09 MRI brain_JPG HTM, by Kamazine, S. ND. 89. Figure 3.5 Cerebral cortex. Humans have a very large and highly developed outer brain layer known as the cerebral cortex. The cortex provides humans with excellent memory, outstanding cognitive skills, and the ability to experience complex emotions. Cerebral cortex, http://wiki.wiki/cerebral_cortex, by Wikia. Education. ND.